to your all signs reading. Thank you everyone for joining me. First sign out is Aquarius. Aqua Nation, keep in mind that this is a general reading and that not everything mentioned in this reading may be a match to your story. Give me 1 second, please. You got to sing along with me. Hey, Jonte. Not everything mentioned in this reading, Aquarius, may be a match to your story. Take what resonates and leave the rest. There may be certain things in this reading that come out that it may be necessary for you to disregard. Not every single thing that's mentioned in the reading may be a message for you. Now, if you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading on my website, which happens to be angelicsascensionstarot.com. Let's get into it, Aquarius. Let's see what's going on over these next 7 days. Life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. There might be something that comes up, Aquarius or cross-watcher, where there may be a particular reaction that maybe someone is trying to get from you. Oh, it's highlighted. As usual, Aquarius is your work situation. Let's see if we're going to talk about something else first. Yeah. Let's see who's coming into your energy besides work. We're going to look at the work in a second. Oh, you got a Pisces that's in your energy. Page of Cups. Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, but to me that's a Piscean. You have someone coming back from your past, Aquarius or cross-watchers. Could be a past issue that could be returning with someone. That's somebody that you used to deal with. Could even, since we're talking about work, this could even be maybe an old coworker. I don't think you see eye to eye with this person, Aquarius or cross-watcher. There's a Gemini that just showed up to your reading. Some of you could be dealing with a Gemini. Some of you, this is an ex of yours. You may not be on good terms with this person, Aquarius or cross-watcher. You may have even blocked them. For some of you, you haven't blocked them. It's just that maybe something is delaying the communication from taking place. You had a lot of delays that have been coming up for you lately. Some of you Aquas or cross-watchers, you've already left this behind. There's something that you have left behind. It seems like this is the person that's returning. You've got Leo that comes up heavily. You could possibly be starting brand new, Aquarius or cross-watchers. You could be meeting someone. Some of you could be getting into a new romantic relationship with someone, especially a Sagittarius. You might have a Sagittarius that gets in touch with you. Some of you, someone you were dealing, yep, you got Ace of Cups at the bottom of the deck. You definitely have love coming in. What I was going to say, Aquarius or cross-watcher, is that some of you were involved in a third-party situation. Someone is getting out of a third-party situation, and this could be the reason that someone is coming to you. Some of you, this person hasn't reached out to you yet because they may not know exactly what to say, Aquarius, to maybe get things going with you again. I don't know, what are they looking for? Or you might feel, some of you, this is a family member. You had a family member that's lying to you about something. This person, whoever this is, they lied to you about something. And yep, there's a delay in this person returning, a delay for some of you with this person talking to you again. So how do you feel about them, Aquas? Let's see. Yeah. Maybe there are some things that are on your mind. There could be a discussion. It just seems like the holdup, Aquarius, is that somebody may not know how to start the conversation. One of you are very unhappy at the way that things turned out, or you weren't happy with the way that the relationship was going for whatever reason. Yeah. Somebody is not sure where the two of you stand right now. And there might be some people or situations that could be standing in the way and blocking this conversation from taking place. But it seems like very likely Aquarius or cross-watcher, this summer It seems like somebody might be reaching out. No, this person could be at a different location. This person might be giving you your space. There might be some things that are on this person's mind, and there might be some things that maybe you don't know about having to do with this person lately. Somebody might be catching you up to speed about what's been going on with their life, especially since maybe there's been a gap in time since the last time you spoke with them. For others of you, this could be a friend of yours that could be getting in contact with you and talking to you about maybe their relationship issues, because it looks like somebody might need some advice about what they're dealing with in their situation. They're feeling a bit indecisive. Whoever this person is, a family member. Yeah. Even though there's physical distance between you and someone, Aquarius, it still seems like there's a lot of love there. And it does seem like there's something that you might need to discuss with someone. At least they feel this way. Maybe something has come up in their life. Maybe you have some sort of, I don't know, maybe a financial tie to this person, kids with this person. But there's definitely someone that's absent from your life right now that's missing you, and they'll come back. Now, this doesn't have to be a romantic situation. This could for sure be a family situation, as I've said before. Somebody's kind of struggling right now. They're trying to figure out their life. So this could also be part of the reason why you haven't heard from someone. Oh, what is somebody going through? Somebody's drinking a lot, going through something, drinking a lot, thinking about this. Whoever this person is, Aquarius or cross-watcher, it feels like you feel that you can't trust them. You feel like maybe you don't know this person's true intentions and coming to have this conversation. Whatever the case, and however this goes, Aquarius or cross-watcher, listen to your intuition about what you feel is best in this situation. I mentioned to some of you, Aquas, that you are getting to know someone new. You're getting into a brand new situation. If it's not you, then this is a youth, like a younger person that's in your life. Your child, a younger family member. Some of you might be meeting somebody online, Aquarius or cross-watcher, because it does look like maybe you might. And there might be a romantic interest having to connected to this. Somebody's like, let's see, how does this go? How are you meeting this person? It seems like you're developing a friendship with someone. You're starting off slow. Maybe trying to get a feel for this person to decide if you really want to date them. Okay, but whoever this is that's coming into your energy, it seems like it's destined that you meet this person, run into this person for whatever reason. This person might be the complete opposite of you. Oh, I mentioned to you, some of you are getting out of a third party situation. Is this somebody trying to go back? This might be the backstory to their situation. Let's see. What's going on with Aquarius singles? Separation. Yeah. I was mentioning to you, someone is getting out of a third party. Okay. You got the Two of Cups with the Ace of Cups. You got this King of Swords, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. Yeah. You do have kids with this person for some of you, or you could be meeting someone that has a child. Somebody could be a single parent. They could be a divorcee. Ooh, okay. I think this is the warning for some of you singles. There's something that needs to be talked about. For some of you, in a particular situation, there's some sort of deception. The deception might mean for some of you that maybe somebody is masking their feelings. What are they lying about? I think somebody has feelings for someone else, but somebody might be trying to get involved in a new relationship. And this turns out to be a rebound situation. It's like somebody's trying to get involved with someone to forget about you. You're definitely picking up on clues. If this is you, Aquarius or cross watcher, your guides just say, make sure that you're ready. Make sure that you are emotionally ready to get into a relationship and that you're not hopping out of something really quickly just to try to forget about somebody else. The point is, it looks like somebody's flirting with you this week, Aquarius or cross watcher. But some of you, you're in the midst of this, okay? So it's going to be, I don't want to confuse you. I mentioned to you, some of you are in a third party. Some of you, there's a couple this side of the third party and there's a single side of the third party. Those that are coupled, that's where the deception is for some of you. You're wondering if there's something else going on, if somebody has a wandering eye, or if somebody might leave to be with somebody else. Because somebody does feel like somebody is their soulmate or that they are destined to be with someone in particular. This week, you might be giving somebody the benefit of the doubt, Aquarius, even though you might feel that they've lied to you about something. For some of you, it's your kids that might be lying about something. You might detect something in a story that they tell you, Aquarius or cross watcher. But definitely, there's a lot of attraction here, having to do with you and someone. Someone is attracted to you or vice versa. Or a lot of you Aquarius is a cross watcher. Since I was talking about your career, that's where you're attractive. People are attracted to what it is that you do, what it is that you say, your charisma. Oh, you work in a very cutthroat type of environment. And there's someone in particular that has their eye on you. And it's a fire sign. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, I guess we're going back to this. Yeah. Somebody's definitely getting out of a third party. There could be a divorce. There could be divorce. No, this isn't talk of divorce. This is someone is actually signing the papers. Someone has gone to the lawyer, whatever. Someone is taking the steps to leave something. So if this is you in a situation and you're waiting for someone to leave a third party to kind of decide where you stand with this person, somebody's getting out of something. Yep, a lot of things happening with children. I mentioned to you. For some of you, this is a legal situation having to do with kids. Some of you may be talking to a lawyer having to do with a child's children. What's going on? It's like child custody, possibly, for the Aquas. I was just talking about work, wasn't I? This legal situation kind of took over. You got a Cancerian. Yeah. Somebody's trying to overpower you. Unless this is some sort of, oh, this feels like this is like a parental situation. Somebody might feel like there is a parent that holds all the power in the situation. So what's going on here? Definitely someone coming towards an air sign. You're in a relationship with someone. Somebody's talking to their ex or somebody else about you. Whoever this person that they're talking to about you, they don't like you. So they're talking a whole bunch of mess about you. They're putting a lot of disrespect on your name. Especially if your relationship right now is chaotic. And it's definitely a fire sign. This legal situation feels like I mentioned to you, it has something to do with children. For some of you, it doesn't. Others of you, it looks like there's a warrant. Somebody's nervous about a warrant. Some of you are going to court, obviously. Somebody has been deceptive about something having to do with a legal situation. This is the week that I feel that the truth comes out about something connected to what might be going on. Whatever deception is here, in whatever form, whether it's a legal situation or it's something that has something to do with something entirely different. It seems like something comes into someone's awareness this week. Somebody finds out. Somebody's cornered, somebody's stuck, and they don't know what to say. So it could definitely be in somebody's body language or their facial expression that shows you that they're kind of cornered or they're caught this week. But this is definitely with a legal situation. Somebody's caught in a third party, caught in a lie. Something is causing you to feel very emotional. Your moods might fluctuate a lot, Aquarius, especially with some things that are going on around you. Somebody has been avoiding something. If you've been avoiding a legal situation, it's time to look that square in the eye and get that taken care of. Some of you, you're running from a conversation, or somebody's running from a conversation having to do with you, and this is why there's been silence. Somebody absolutely adores and loves you, Aquarius or cross-watcher. They want to come together, but there's something blocking the two of you from coming together. For some of you, this is a twin flame relationship that I'm speaking of. This legal situation may have something to do with child support, alimony, maybe even, I almost want to say something to do with government involvement. I don't know. Either way, it just seems like you have a lot on your plate, Aquarius. It seems like you have a lot of responsibilities, maybe a lot of people to tend to, care for. There might be a Cancerian that might be in your energy this week. You're looking for the real deal when it comes to love, Aquarius or cross-watcher, because it seems like you've chosen people in the past that you feel that you feel like maybe you just kind of need to burn the bridges and let them be burned. It doesn't feel like you're wanting to kind of go back to the past, but yeah, you blocked somebody. They're upset about it. They don't know what to think. Somebody's feeling very lost about this. When it comes, yeah, trust. Somebody's thinking about you. You're thinking a lot about the past. And this week, it seems like somebody could be coming to you for help. Somebody wants to talk to you. For some of you, there is a third party ending. And it looks like somebody is having to come to a place of acceptance about that. That maybe something is over. Or realizing that their needs really can't be met in this sort of situation. When it comes to work, I mentioned to you, you're very attractive, Aquarius. People are attracted to what you're saying or doing. You are someone that you may come across something that inspires you, or vice versa. I mentioned to you earlier, a reaction. Life is 10% what happens to me and 90% of how I react to it. You might have a lot of unanticipated things that might pop up this week, Aquarius or cross-watcher. But I feel that somebody in your energy this week is looking for a particular reaction. I mentioned to you, some of you work in a very competitive, cutthroat environment. And it seems like somebody sees you, Aquarius or cross-watcher, as being top of the food chain for whatever reason. And it could be because you're getting a lot of attention with whatever it is that you're doing, okay? Because people may see you as the star player. Maybe you're a performer, Aquarius or cross-watcher, but like I said, you're garnering a lot of attention, right? Professionally, you're attractive. Somebody, I don't think it's someone. This seems like this is a lot of different people. There's a lot of different eyes on you, Aquarius or cross-watcher. But there are a few people in particular that I feel are after what it is that you're doing. Somebody has their eye on your money, your finances. Somebody feels like that's the easiest way to take you down, is to affect that. And it feels like it's a competitor in the field that you work in, the how am I trying to say, the industry that you work in. Somebody doesn't like what it is that you do. So it definitely feels like somebody is trying to block your money. I usually try to figure out why. I guess I want to know why. Why, Aquarius? Oh, it's irrelevant. Your spirit guides step in, Aquarius and cross-watchers. I guess Aquarius, it's happening to the cross-watchers too. That's interesting how that was said. Yeah. Somebody is trying to harm you spiritually. Yes, you have been going through some sort of adversity when it comes to work. As much as someone has tried to block you, keep you down, affect you in some sort of way, Aquarius, it seems like you're safe from this harm. You're triumphing over that. Somebody's watching you, Aquarius or cross watcher. They've been watching you for the past several weeks, maybe watching you get some sort of a breakthrough. And it seems like somebody is working nonstop, relentlessly, almost to the point of obsession to try to stop what it is that you're doing. Someone that's very chaotic and someone that's coming up as a fire sign. Or if they're not a fire sign sun, then they have dominant fire in their chart. You got this week in your energy. Enemies would be a Piscean, somebody, a Pisces, a Virgo moon, somebody with Scorpio sun, Aries moon, but there's for sure a Leo that does not like you, and they're trying to affect your work life, your social status. Some of you work on social media. Somebody feels like maybe you're trying to step on their toes, Aquarius or crosswatcher. Like they've got this in their mind that there's some sort of animosity. But this is animosity that doesn't really exist. They kind of just made this up in their head, created this narrative in their mind that you are their nemesis or whatever, and that you're trying to hold them back. But like I said, this person, these situations are a non-factor. It seems like this definitely is a week to focus on healing, mending bridges with someone, making progress. And there's some problems this week that I feel like you're going to come across the solution to. Because it looks like you've got some decisions coming up and there's some uncertainties that might be coming up in your situation. You've got some ideas. I think that's the issue, is that you have these ideas, you're running with these ideas. Or Aquarius, if you do come across these divinely guided ideas, your guys are saying act on it. These ideas are going to propel you forward when it comes to work. So it seems like there's been some things that have been delayed for you as far as work opportunities or some sort of career advancement, because it definitely feels like you're very fixated on your career and then the moves that you're making this week, Aquarius. And I think that's the issue that some people are taking with you this week, or it could be the cross watcher, and it could be the Aquarius that could feel this way about you. When it comes to your mind, I mentioned to you, your emotions might just be kind of up and down. There might be a lot of different things that you're thinking about, and maybe it's really time to declutter your mind, because it definitely feels like there's a lot of different things that you've been thinking about. And these things could cause you to be very emotional. Reactions, we talked about that. Opinions. It seems like there are people that could be kind of rude in your energy this week. And there could be some people that could be very opinionated. And they may be saying some things, Aquarius or crosswatcher, as I've mentioned to you before, that have you, it's like somebody wants you to react in a negative way so that they can say, I told you so. I told you that this person is the way that I told you that they were. Because it seems like there's somebody in the background. Yeah, we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about the BS and shenanigans that are happening in the background, because Aquarius, it's ongoing. It never really stops. There are people that are trying to convince others that you're a certain way. So the only way that they could do this, right, it seems like they're busy thinking about, okay, how can I convince other people that Aquarius is this way or that way? By triggering you to get you to respond. Something that somebody might be saying this week, Aquarius or crosswatcher, especially if this is being said publicly, no response is needed. Unless you decide that you want to give it your energy. But it seems like people are seeing you winning this week, and they can't stand it. You also have some people that might be pulling on your energy a lot. You might see certain people as needy, maybe. Anyway, it just seems like there's somebody that you might view as an energy vamp. Somebody's maybe leaning on you. I don't know. How do I put this? But this feels like this is excessive. Like somebody's just really trying to pull on your energy, demanding a lot of your emotional support, demanding a lot of your attention, but they're doing so intentionally to drain you of your energy. So this week, Aquarius or cross watcher, your spirit guides are saying find balance with giving. Because it seems like something might be depleting your energy, but it seems like that's somebody that's intentionally trying to do so. Anything else, Holy Spirit, for the Aquarius? Be mindful of perfectionism, Aquarius or cross watcher. You might find yourself being that way. And your guides are, this could even include you being very self-conscious. There are some things that might be imperfect this week, including you. You might do some things or say some things that you look back on and regret, Aquarius. But I think more so this is your body image or just things in life. Things may not completely go as planned. Simply aim to be the best person possible. Yeah. Somebody might try to pull that out of you, Aquarius. And that's the case. Forgive yourself. Every last one of us walking this earth's surface has imperfections. So your guides are saying this week, just as with any week, make peace with imperfections. You for sure, Aquarius or cross watcher, have an ancestor that's looking out for you. This feels like this is it's an ancestor, so it would be somebody from the afterlife, very likely. You have a lot of ancestor energy, so maybe this is someone that passed on that's making an appearance in your life. Or this could be the month that maybe someone passed away that means a lot to you. And they may be trying to show you support from the afterlife, Aquarius or cross watcher. The advice for this week for the Aqua Nation spirit guides. Wow. This flew right out. I'm trying to grab the advice deck, but this flew out. Manifesting miracles. Your dream is soon to become reality. Trust your heart and continue to follow its guidance. In what area of your life this happens to be, there's something that you want, something that means a lot to you. Seems like you're working very hard toward this. Maybe overanalyzing this at times as well. But whatever this is, there's some sort of guidance that's coming through. You might have Leo in your chart, Aquarius. Stay connected. We are all born connected to spirit, often known as the divine source, yet many of us have a tendency to pull away from that connection as we journey through life. Now is an important time to reconnect to this source. There's a lot of different things that I feel are pulling you away from the source energy. Whoever this is that you believe in spiritually, whatever it is that you call it, whether you call it your higher self, you call it God Almighty, whatever the case happens to be, it's like your guys are saying, stay connected. I think this is why your ancestor is coming out so quickly. I mean, so heavily in your reading. Quickly, I suppose. You might be calling on spirit for something, and it definitely feels like they're answering for you very quickly. So they're saying stay connected, because it might be very tempting or very just kind of natural for you to become disconnected from your angels and your ancestors because of everyday life. It just seems like your life is very cluttered. And like I mentioned, you might have a lot of different things in your life that become a distraction. Your spirit guides are saying stay connected with anything that is going on, or whatever has presented itself as a challenge for you. It seems like your spirit guides are wanting you to see that you're never alone, and that they're there to help you with something, whatever this happens to be that you're going through. Dream talk. Your subconscious constantly and subtly speaks through your dreams. It's just one of the many ways in which your soul and those here in the spirit world can reach out and communicate with you through signs, symbols, messages, and more. Definitely your ancestors are talking to you through your dreams. I mentioned you. It seems like your everyday life is just very cluttered. So maybe at a time of rest, or at a time that maybe you intentionally carve out, there might be some, I mentioned to you, solutions to some problems, some dilemmas that have come up in your life. It seems like the spirit world comes in this week to give you answers. and solutions to something, or they give you some sort of wink to show you that you're moving in the right direction. Might be necessary for you to maybe go to the bank, Aquarius, or cross watcher, and maybe a walk in the park or going outside may help you to kind of alleviate a lot of the stress that you have. But you might be very tempted to dwell on the past. Your guys are saying go forward, Aquarius or cross watcher. It's time to create a better future for yourself. And this is the week that I definitely feel like your spirit guides are stepping in to help you co-create something. Next zodiac sign, Scorpio. Scorpions, this reading is general. So not every single scenario mentioned in this reading may be a fact to your story, Scorpio. There may be certain things that's necessary for you to throw out. And then there might be some things that may be beneficial to hear. Always listen to the reading with discernment and discretion. What is a genuine message for you, and leave the rest. Please don't get distracted by messages that were not intended for you in particular. Sometimes certain things come out in the reading because it's intended for someone else to hear, but maybe not for every single person in that zodiac to hear. So always listen to the reading with an open mind. Please don't make any rash decisions based on a general reading. Or if you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading on my website, which happens to be angelic-ascensions-tarot.com. Let's get into it, Scorpios. See what might be happening in your situation. Somebody crossed the line with you, Scorpio. I almost said Aquarius. Some of you might be dealing with an Aqua. You're worried about your possessions. Are you moving, Scorpio? I think so. You've got a decision to make, Scorpio, about something in your life. It seems like this is the week that maybe you're at a crossroads and you're having to decide what to do about what's next, what to do about what's coming up, moving forward. Because it does feel like your spirit guides are encouraging you to move forward. Yep, there is nothing permanent except change. You have some sort of change coming in this week. Okay? Like I mentioned to you, you got some sort of a choice that's ahead of you, a fork in the road. And it looks like your guides are saying it's up to you to make a free will choice about what you feel is right for you in a particular situation. Definitely concerned about finances. And your love relationships. You gotta be moving on from something or someone. There's some sort of change coming in. Yeah, you are leaving something. You're not This is June. This is the month, Scorpio, that it looks like it's time for you to leave something. Whatever you're leaving from, it looks like it's for the best. Some of you could be going on a vacation, Scorpio. Someone could possibly be coming to see you. You are moving. There's some sort of, what I want to say is discord at home in the living environment. It seems like there's some sort of an issue there at home in your living situation. You might feel, Scorpio, that you're choosing the wrong people. And in your situation, it looks like there's someone, for some of you Scorpios, there's cheating involved. Said, is anyone real emotional this week? Some of these, thank you for saying that, actually. Not everything in the reading may resonate initially as you listen to the reading. We're talking about a 7-day forecast. We're talking about things that may play out. So even if things are not resonating as you hear the reading, give the reading a chance to play out. Because sometimes it just might take some time. It might even take beyond the next 7 days for certain things to play out. This can be playing out next month. You know, I can't always predict how everything will play out for everyone in particular. But yeah, Somebody is maybe feeling like they've tried really hard for this relationship, and it seems like now somebody is maybe feeling like it's time to walk out on this. You might be receiving negative attention from someone this week. Scorpio. And it does feel like there has been someone cheating in your situation, and it seems like somebody's coming in with some get back. They feel like you've cheated, and so it seems like somebody might be cheating as well because they're fed up with the situation. Somebody's tired of getting cheated on and getting backstabbed. Yep. Like I mentioned, some of you are dealing with an Aquarius. It seems like there's a relationship that's on shaky ground, and this is what you got possessions here, as though maybe you're packing your things and leaving. You're making a choice about this. For somebody that maybe you felt was your perfect match at one point, Scorpio, but now you might be feeling that this week, this relationship means nothing to this person. And you might feel that somebody is defending their actions, Scorpio, when they're absolutely wrong. It looks like you feel like somebody is in the wrong, and somebody might feel that it's you. Either way, this week, you're putting up healthy boundaries. Seems like there could be an argument that could be happening this week, or maybe this is why somebody's thinking about packing their bags. It's because somebody's feeling a certain way, and rather than expressing how they feel, they might say some very brutal things to you. And this might be a situation where you feel like, you know what, I just need some time away from this person. You might feel like there's a relationship in your situation that's very risky. What's going on with this Scorpio? Some of you, somebody is in the military. Somebody might have a veteran status. Maybe this is the person that's coming to you. Somebody definitely needs some direction. Somebody could be coming to you, Scorpio or cross watcher, for direction about maybe something that they're dealing with. Some of you Scorpios, you could be driving and maybe you could possibly be getting lost. You might need literal directions. Make sure your phone is charged up and your GPS is working. And something like this feels like it's happening. If this is not you leaving a situation, this feels like this is a child possibly leaving the nest. But yeah, somebody has an addiction, it looks like. And somebody maybe avoids doing something about this. Somebody might be avoiding having a conversation with you about something. Could be somebody giving you the silent treatment this week, Scorpio. Could be this Queen of Pentacles. Some of you are activists. Some of you are definitely worried about money. Okay, so there is a financial need, Scorpio, that you have. There's something that you need to get paid. You need to pay something. It seems like you have the ability. There's an opportunity for you to take care of something that could be kind of pressing for you financially. Somebody might have a lot of different, like more than one baby mama. If somebody has kids in multiple households, what's going on with the, I say, you got an Aquarius in your situation. You got a King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn that comes in. Somebody's dealing with a lot of different women or men. Somebody's definitely watchful of you this week, Scorpio. Especially if you have a legal situation, there is somebody looking into you, looking into your whereabouts, looking into what you're doing. If that's not that, then there's definitely somebody prying into your information. Oh, Scorpio. I don't like this. Okay. Some of you are possibly in a third party. This will only resonate if you are. Some of you, you're not. If it's not, disregard what I'm about to. No, I guess it could resonate either way, even if you're not a part of a third party. The person that's watching you is somebody that you used to be in a relationship with. Seems like this is an ex. that might be kind of watchful of you. Maybe you're doing something online, and it seems like somebody is still hurt, and somebody might still feel rejected by you, Scorpio or cross watcher. Somebody still may be upset, a little bit bitter about a betrayal having to do with a Virgo. There's a Virgo that might be trying to get in touch with you this week, Scorpio. I don't know. I think you're giving somebody the silent treatment, really. Somebody has a lot of regrets. There's a lot of regrets about maybe things that have happened. I think that somebody wants to be with you again. They may want to rekindle a situation, Scorpio or cross watcher. The thing is, I don't think that you're on speaking terms with someone this week. Is this your partner? I think if this is your partner, Scorpio, and you've been having some sort of a disagreement, I don't know. Is this a change of heart? No, this is a third party. Oh, for some of you, yes. Someone does have a change of heart. They may feel like they want to leave. And then it seems like at the last minute, maybe somebody might decide that they want to work it out. But for some of you, because there is a third party involved, this is why somebody is leaving a situation. They're leaving to be with someone else. This is deep, Scorpio. Why? I left you before you could leave me. Like I said, you might feel that somebody's heart is not in it this week. They're not really stepping up and giving you the most attention, or there's no closeness between the two of you. Somebody might be making a connection with someone and they weren't expecting this to happen. It's because somebody decides to reach out. Somebody is talking to their ex behind somebody's back is what this is. And it's leaving somebody feeling scorned. And it's leaving somebody looking for the truth. If it's not you playing detective, somebody is. Somebody's definitely trying to get to the truth about something that may be going on. And it seems like somebody's going to find what they're looking for. If this is you trying to save your relationship, Scorpio, your spirit guides or what your person is looking for is your actions. They don't want to just hear words. They want to see actions behind your words. They want to see that you really want to be there, because that's what I mean. Somebody is kind of questioning that. So if this is you and your partner, you might go your separate ways, or you might be giving each other silent treatment. Like I mentioned, somebody could be reaching out this week, maybe wanting to talk about things, maybe wanting to make things better. But for others of you, there are two storylines. Someone may feel that they have a better connection with someone that they used to be with, and they want to go back to that situation. Some of you, what's hidden in your situation is that someone is married, or that they're in a relationship with somebody else if they're not married. Somebody might either travel for a living. Somebody could be going to talk to a third party while they're on vacation or while they're not around you. This is what's missing, honest communication. So are you talking this week? Because it looks like somebody is dodging something. They're tired of chasing somebody down to have a conversation. Somebody that's not around you misses you. I don't know. It just looks like one of you is detached. There's something that somebody needs to discuss with you, Scorpio cross watcher. It's a financial matter, whether it's this person or this is somebody else, but there's something connected to finances. Somebody might just need a chance to think, some time to think about things, Scorpio, and it seems like somebody is coming into the situation to talk, but somebody might need some time away from this because they recognize that someone has lied about something, and they kind of just they're stressed of this situation and they're drained of it. If this is your partner, Scorpio, somebody feels like you don't care. Or if this is something that happened in the past, somebody feels like maybe you didn't. Somebody's waiting for a sign from you, Scorpio or cross watcher. For some of you, somebody was in this relationship for material gains. Maybe you are the provider. Maybe one of you is the breadwinner in this relationship. Somebody has stuck around because they are maybe financially dependent on the situation. Yeah, especially if somebody felt like maybe it was a timing thing. Somebody was in a relationship while maybe you were single or whatever the case is. Somebody feels like maybe now that you're leaving something, leaving a third party, that maybe they have a chance. Definitely somebody's leaving something. Be careful that you're not being manipulated though, Scorpio or cross watcher. You're being manipulated by somebody. This is earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn that's doing some creeping behind your back. See, that's what I mean. Not everything is true in your situation. There's somebody that has not been completely honest with you. It might be hard for you to cut somebody off. Somebody needs to cut off a third party. That's what the biggest issue is. That feels like that's the source of your fights, is a third party and deception. Somebody's like, F it, I don't care about this situation anymore. That's what this looks like. Somebody's going back to somebody from their past. Or they've been communicating with this person. Scorpio, you got an Aries that's in your reading. You got another Scorpio for some of you. You got a Cancerian. So how this feels, like somebody's leaving. Or somebody have made an impulsive decision and now it seems like somebody's trying to backtrack to try to make things better. For some of you, this is somebody has a choice between you and someone else. For some of you, Scorpio, somebody has a possession of yours, something that belongs to you, and they're keeping it. They're holding on to it. It might be hard for forgiveness to take place, Scorpio. Because for some of you, this has something to do with a family member. This is like a parent-child situation. For some of you, there's a parent and child situation where it may be necessary to sit down and be completely honest. Okay, because somebody, let's talk about it. Yeah, somebody wants to speak to you. This is a child. They want to feel like they're not being lectured. They want to feel like there's a parent that's really genuinely listening from the heart. What's missing, like I mentioned to you, honesty. Somebody's not being transparent about something, or they haven't been. This is the week that you find out the truth. And this is for some of you, the week that communication comes in over the next 7 days. For some of you, this feels like somebody has a speech impediment. They're not good with emotional situations, or literally, I'm trying to say somebody is a caretaker. You might take care of someone. Somebody might have like dementia. What am I trying to say? It's like somebody can't speak. This might be a child that might be a toddler. I don't know. You might be doing some guesswork when it comes to a child, but I don't think you'll have to guess that hard, because there's a kid that's being very vocal about, you'll see it. If this is your situation, you would know that there's something that needs to be talked about with a kid. Yeah, they might be isolating themselves. Something about the connection with your kids might be a little bit off. Some of you, it's due to a separation. Or this is somebody maybe not wanting to separate from their children because they're afraid to lose their relationship with their kids. Yep, same thing. It's not what you say. I hear every sign except for Scorpio. I heard Capricorn. I heard Sagittarius. Somebody feels like they don't get enough attention. So this might be a child that's going out of their way to get your attention. Some of you, it seems like parenthood is just kind of draining you and stressing you out this week. You might have a kid that's really acting out. There's a lot of envy in this situation. Somebody doesn't really feel good about themselves this week, Scorpio. And maybe this has something to do with you. Maybe it's kind of time to kind of sit with your emotions. It seems like you've been running from your emotions, Scorpio or cross watcher, or you're dealing with somebody that does not want to deal with their emotions. And somebody this week has a lot of anger. So romantic relationships might be, not even just romantic relationships, they might be a little bit complicated. You got a legal situation. Some of you, maybe you're going to the judge. What is this legal situation about, spirit guides? I think it has something to do with your living situation. Yeah, this is exactly what I thought. Somebody has dementia, that sort of thing. Some of you, this is your father, your baby's father that's coming to talk to you about something. Maybe some of you, you're going to court for child support, child custody. There's something here having to do with a father figure, having to do with a legal situation, having to do with maybe too much alcohol, maybe some violence in the household. It may be uncertain this week, Scorpio, about whether or not somebody comes back. For some of you, this is your child that's coming back. Okay. Definitely a father-child situation. Okay. Connections with children and family feel like they're going to be important, but definitely maybe some miscommunications when it comes to a love relationship. And I think that somebody's addiction might be getting a bit out of control. Scorpio or cross watcher, you might feel that this week somebody is spiraling. No, this legal situation feels like there is somebody that's looking for clues about something. Somebody feels that maybe Scorpio or cross watcher that you've committed a crime. For some of you, that's what that is. For others, it just seems like somebody's really kind of looking into your situation. There's a lot of gossip. What's this whole thing about court? Yeah. You might be talking things over with a friend. Court situation might have something to do with a divorce. I know that says sacred, but every time I see that, it looks like it says scared. Somebody might be dyslexic, possibly, or a learning disability. Scared. Somebody is scared of a legal situation. Trust. There are some things that are, the truth is not being told. Somebody might be trying to convince other people of something here. What is going on with court? If this is you going through a legal situation, somebody doesn't believe a word that somebody is saying. It's like somebody has painted somebody as being guilty, maybe without really having proof. This is why somebody is going to look for it. Oh no, Scorpio, what's going on with court? I think I spent too much time looking into it's going to take me a minute. It looks like if you are, yeah, this does have something to do with child. A child is relevant in your situation, especially your baby's father. You're in separation from your ex and you have a child. It doesn't even have to be your ex, really. These could be younger people in your life, younger siblings. Maybe you take care of children for a living. But anyway, it feels like a father is highlighted here. There's going to be consequences for someone's actions. If there is a legal situation, it looks like it's a very complicated one. And it looks like there's going to be consequences. That's what I mean. Consequences for someone's actions. It seems like it's with this. Yeah. You got justice and the wheel. If this is you worried about a very complicated legal situation, and there are being lies that are told about this, the truth comes to the surface. The Tower. This seems like this is some sort. You got mother and father here, or this is father and child. This the father is the most highlighted here. Some of you, you're raised by a single parent, or you're separating from the father because you can't seem to get along right now. Seems like there's a lot of friction in romantic relationships, but a legal situation, it seems like something is delayed. Something is drawn out. Something doesn't come to a conclusion this week. And I think somebody's worried about this. Somebody's concerned about whether or not they can come home or not. But trust, you're being watched in some sort of way. What's going on with this legal situation? I'm so confused. Scorpio, because somebody is stressed out about something. Like it's somebody is so stressed out that you can see it all over their face. It seems like there's all you can do is wait, Scorpio, about something that's going on in your situation. Maybe you're feeling a little bit under the weather. Maybe there's something going on with your stomach. Maybe you got some shoulder pain, Scorpio. I think that's the situation. Something may actually work out better, Scorpio, than maybe you had anticipated. When it comes to a legal situation, you might be kind of scaring yourself for nothing. I don't know, Scorpio. I'm just trying to see what's going on, and I don't think I can make heads or tails of it. Yeah, somebody's worried about jail time. Somebody is looking for someone. They're after someone. I don't understand. Okay, professionally though, it seems like you're going to be making some positive moves for yourself. You can keep yourself in a positive state of mind, Scorpio. It seems like there's some things that are destined to change for the better. Yeah. I think some of you have a choice about whether or not to go your separate ways. 5 of Wands. That's interesting. I don't think somebody wants to leave. One of you doesn't want to. I don't know, Scorpio. But it looks like you got some work achievement ahead of you. Like there's some good things that are coming in. For some of you, if you haven't communicated with someone, you very likely will get some communication coming in, especially if this has something to do with work opportunities. This feels like you're getting the job, Scorpio. Somebody sees you as very qualified for this job, especially if there's been some sort of blockage when it comes to work. Or maybe it's time to follow up with someone coming to work, having to do with that. You're following up with someone. It feels like that makes the difference. When it comes to your money this week, Scorpio, stay within budget as much as possible. For some of you, there's a loan. Somebody might be giving you a loan to maybe tide you over, to maybe get you through a financial situation, because it seems like money might be a little bit tough. You might have it, but maybe it just hasn't come in yet, but it's definitely coming in. When it comes to your work, it seems like the competition is steep, maybe with this job search. But like I said, you're very qualified. Some of you, maybe you want to become an entrepreneur, but you're worried about whether or not your income is going to be steady if you do so. And your guys are saying, absolutely, Scorpio. There might be some decisions maybe that you're making about work. And maybe this is why you're worried about possessions, because it looks like you're maybe used to living a certain way and you don't want to have to give that up. Spirit guides, what is the advice for the Scorpio Nation for the next 7 days? Forgiveness. Holding on to resentment and anger is preventing you or even suffocating your spiritual growth. Resentment is one of the strongest and most damaging of human emotions. The act of forgiveness in its own right is equally incredibly powerful, and it has the capacity to heal and transform. There is a relationship in your life, Scorpio or cross watcher, and it seems like there may be room for forgiveness, whether or not you forgive alongside this person and you go through a healing journey with them together, or you decide to heal on your own. Your guys are saying basically that holding on to resentments is poisoning you. It's holding you back in so many different ways. It's blocking you from maybe some things in your life that you want. So your guys are saying this week, Scorpio or cross watcher, take a really good look at that. So something that you're holding back. Some of you are celebrating the birthday of a Gemini. Intuitive nudges. Intuition is the language of the soul. We are all born with a profound sense of inner knowing. Intuition is one of the greatest gifts we possess, which keeps us connected to our higher selves, the universe, and our divine spirit. Intuitive nudges. Some of you do divination. You were called to do so. Trust your intuition. because it definitely feels like there's something that your third eye sees before you see it with your two eyes. Talking about a legal situation, this might have something to do with drugs, possibly. Something is found in someone's possession that they're not supposed to have. Random side note. Choices, once again, you have it not once, but twice. You're definitely at a crossroads about something. Scorpio, when you accept responsibility for your life and the choices you make, you begin to tap into the power of your own spirit. You'll be able to listen to and appreciate the intuitive wisdom that's inside you and apply it positively and constructively to your outside world. Whatever the answers, Scorpio, do not feel like they're found outside of you this week. You might be tempted to go outside of yourself to find the answer because it seems like you're lost, you're confused about something, but you're really not. It seems like you're just meant to trust what you already feel, trust your intuition, because it seems that your intuition is right. And it seems like you're highly gifted when it comes to your intuition. Or maybe you're going to a reader, somebody who is intuitive. Maybe that's what's bringing you to tarot, to kind of figure out what's next for you and what is the right direction for you to take with something that is coming up. You might be dehydrated too, Scorpio. Taurus, someone with the letter K could be relevant. The letter K in their name. K, it could be their first name initial, middle name initial, last name, nickname. Especially if this has something to do with a child. Oh, why is that song in my head all of a sudden? Michael Jackson song. What is this? The lyrics go, all I want to say is that they don't really care about us. Maybe you're experiencing some sort of discrimination with something that's in your energy this week, Taurus. Maybe the name Jackson could be relevant to you. The name Michael. Maybe it's a location. Maybe Jackson, Mississippi, Jacksonville. Maybe it's a street. I don't know. Maybe you live near a street that is named after a president. Jackson. MLK wasn't a president, but I hear MLK. There's a Capricorn that I feel that could be relevant in your situation. Taurus. Maybe you are an activist in some type, in some way. Oh, there's a lot of buzz in your situation. I don't know, you have beehives. Maybe there's a lot of bug activity. There's a lot of buzz around your name. Maybe someone is buzzed this week. Taurus. Somebody's drinking a lot. It could have something to do with a Piscean. You're giving somebody some space. Yeah, you don't trust someone. This person is in your energy. Whoever this is that you don't trust, definitely follow your instinct. It feels like it's either a family member or this is somebody that's around your family. And there could be an Aries that could be involved in your situation. Yeah, somebody has a severe drinking problem for some of you Taurians. Or you were raised by somebody that has had that. You might have somebody that is, you could be getting communication from someone who is in the military, is a veteran, possibly. I don't know if somebody's getting like a recruiter speaking to them. Somebody's speaking to you about something. The army is what I'm hearing. I don't know what this is. The Army Reserves. That's odd. Somebody in the army. Somebody's enlisting. Wow. Be Careful of your mental health this week, Taurus. If this is not your mental health, then it could definitely be the mental health of somebody around you. Somebody is really going through it. Oh, I don't know how to describe what I'm seeing. I just feel that some of you Taurians or cross watchers, you're dealing with a lot of self-doubt. But this is not like a sometimes thing or a this week thing. This seems like this would be a constant thing. Somebody in your situation is very competitive. It's like somebody is comparing themselves to someone else. This could have something to do with sibling rivalry. This could be a sibling to sibling situation for some of you Taurians. You might be going to get your vision checked this week, Taurus, a cross watcher. Or this describes somebody, maybe somebody does wear glasses. What's going on? Somebody wants to come and make peace with you. If this is not someone coming to make peace with you, Taurus, then it seems like you're making peace with something in your life. Something that may have happened in your childhood. Because as it relates to your childhood, there's a lot of regret about something. Somebody might regret. Let's see what this is. Well, some of you are in a toxic relationship. Some of you, you're married. You have kids with someone. And it seems like somebody else has kind of floated into the picture. Taurus. Somebody's having an affair. Why? Yeah, you definitely have a blockage for some of you Taurians when it comes to love, because some of you have the ability to meet somebody else. It looks like somebody new is coming into your energy. Are you always skeptical of people? There's nothing wrong with like a healthy skepticism. Taurus or cross watcher, it just seemed like somebody goes overboard. And it might be this King of Wands. Some of you Taurians might be on the Taurus Aries cusp, or there is a fire sign in Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius that's in your energy this week. What are we talking about? You got something going on with, oh yeah. Well, we're going to see what this is about. Maybe somebody is a dancer, Taurus. Or this is the way that somebody is coming across. They're like dancing around the issue, dancing around something here. They're not being completely honest. Goodness. Somebody has an issue with alcohol. Or if it's not alcohol, it's with some sort of substance. Somebody's avoiding something. Yep. You cutting somebody off. It's a fire sign to fire sign relationship. I know some of you Taurians, you might have fire in your chart because you're coming up as the King and Queen of Wands. Sagittarius. And here's an air sign. Some of you have an issue with an air sign. Aquarius, Libra, or Gemini. But it's definitely about an addiction. I hope nobody's drinking while they're pregnant. What is this? This is Taurus. There could be news of pregnancy, Taurus. If you are not pregnant, somebody else could be, somebody's license could be suspended. Maybe you had a kid that was suspended from school. You got some money coming in, Taurus. Money, opportunities. Money looks great for you. If this is you being pregnant, or this is a conversation about pregnancy, this looks like this is, some of you are full term. This is a good pregnancy. You might be finding out, and maybe you're worried about how this pregnancy may go. It looks like it's maybe, I don't know if you had a pregnancy that wasn't viable in the past, like you had a miscarriage or whatever. This seems like this is going to be a good pregnancy this time around. You might need to put some money into a vehicle this week, Taurus. Your emotions definitely are being influenced by somebody that you feel is kind of playing around in your energy. I was mentioning to you, you're questioning someone's intention that's around you and whether or not somebody's intentions are real or if they're just kind of manipulating you into believing something that's not real. Maybe this already happened and maybe this is why you might feel that you're spiraling when it comes to your mental health. What's going on with Taurus Nation Spirit Guide? What is this Three of Swords about? You might have to tell somebody off this week, Taurus. Because it seems like somebody's trying to control you. You might feel controlled, manipulated in some sort of way. And there might be a situation that comes up where you might kind of have to tell somebody to, goodness, maybe you're just very blunt because I just heard F off. Like you might be that blunt with someone. You might be telling somebody to kind of back up off you, but you might be kind of, you know, more vocal than that. Like, more vulgar with your language when it comes to something. You're hurt. Why? Because of somebody's disrespect. Somebody is talking to you crazy, Taurus. Or you might feel that somebody has said something crazy to you in the past and you're dwelling on it. You haven't been able to move past that situation, possibly having to do with a water sign, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, or this is a fire sign in Aries, Leo, Sag. Seems like that's where the situation is stuck. And maybe you're really upset with someone. You're cutting somebody off. You're keeping distance from someone. For some of you, this distance has something to do with a child. But there's for sure a Virgo involved in this situation. So you could be dealing with some sort of harassment. Somebody could be trying to violate your privacy this week, Taurus, or a cross-watcher. Somebody might be trying to give you some sort of unsolicited advice about something. Yeah, stories. Somebody's making something up. But for some of you, I think some of you do want to get into a relationship. But it's your fears and the question marks, the hypotheticals that are going on in your mind about what could happen that might be blocking you from getting into a genuine relationship. Because it looks like for some of you Taurians, you are looking for companionship. But for some of you Taurians, you're getting out of something or you already have in the past. Definitely there's some money coming through, opportunities. Some of you, there's a full-time job that's being offered to you. Some of you might be having issues with family members. And right now it might be up in the air. It might be a question mark about whether or not you feel that you can reconcile with someone. It looks like somebody would like to come to you, Taurus or cross-watcher, to maybe say something to you to make a situation better, but maybe they're a bit nervous about how to approach a situation after things have become a bit tense. You've had conflict with someone, Taurus. Somebody wants you to let go of the past. Somebody almost feels like you hate them. Romantic relationships might feel a bit complicated. What complicates this is that there's somebody from the past that comes back in. For some of you, there's an ex that's in somebody's energy this week. And that definitely feels like this is, I don't know, this is somebody that's interjecting into your relationship, or there's family members maybe kind of coming in between you and somebody that you're in a relationship with. Something has become toxic. It's become codependent. And something may trigger someone this week to kind of look within themselves to maybe gain clarity about why certain things are happening the way that they are. But whatever it is, you got some sort of unresolved issue with no closure. So it seems like somebody could possibly be reaching out to you this week. Mindful of your anxiety, Taurus or cross-watcher. Unless you're just anxious about something in particular or you have anxiety, be mindful of that. Please be careful that does not kind of overtake what you have going on. But whatever this is, there's no closure having to do with a past situation. It seems like somebody is coming in to try to smooth things over or to make things better. And for some of you, the issue that somebody doesn't come forward is because there's a lot of stories. I mentioned to you a lot of hypotheticals, a lot of what ifs in somebody's mind about what would happen if they were to do or say a particular thing involving you, maybe. Since we're talking about privacy, Taurus, be mindful of how much of your personal information that you're putting out there. This isn't the case for all Taurians or cross watchers, but for some of you, hear me clearly when I say some of you. This message is not for everyone, but there could be somebody that could be maybe trying to get information from you to blackmail you and use that against you later, especially if you're sharing a lot on socials. You're questioning someone's intention. Somebody is giving you some feedback this week, Taurus or cross watcher. You might view it as criticism. You might wonder whether or not someone is trying to deflate you in some sort of way. It seems like it's like somebody's kind of throwing shade at you. Unless this is you maybe reaching out to someone, it seems like maybe you're wanting to make some sort of improvement within yourself. And you can't tell if somebody's being genuine or they're being fake. If you are online, yeah, it's your anger. Somebody might be saying something behind your back, Taurus or cross watcher, especially if you're on social media. Might be something that angers you. Somebody is trying to get a reaction out of you, Taurus. They're saying some things that they wouldn't say to your face directly, but they're saying it behind your back, or they're saying it behind the keyboard to get a reaction out of you. Careful about how you spend your energy, your time, because it seems like your time might be consumed by a lot of thoughts about the past. Somebody this week might be coming to you with some lies or some negative behaviors. There's something that maybe you're avoiding. If you're not avoiding something, this seems like somebody's avoiding something with you, like somebody's avoiding taking the next step. Yeah, it's the next step to come and talk to you. This could be a parent-child situation. There might be a kid that may want to talk to you about something, Taurus or cross-watcher, but they feel like you're going to get pissed off or that you're going to overreact to something. Trust this whole thing about people saying things maybe behind a keyboard, Taurus. Seems like you're doing something right because you got some haters. So the haters might be kind of vocal. Your guides are saying, be careful, Taurus, not to get too consumed and too kind of pulled into that. They're saying tune out this outside irrelevant noise, because it seems like for some of you it is there, and it could be kind of tempting to become distracting. Let's see what's going on with your money. Oh, it's like somebody wants to take credit for somebody's career success. This is Emerald. That's Taurus. Taurus is May. Maybe you're a May Taurus. Emerald is May Taurus. Yeah, you got a lot of responsibilities. It looks like some of you might have Sag in your chart. You got a lot of things that you're carrying. Okay, some of you Taurians are on a weight loss journey. The illusionist. Yes, this is what I'm saying. Somebody is bringing illusions to the table. Like somebody is hurt because someone won't be honest about something, or you feel like somebody tried to fool you into doing something or believing something in particular. What is going on with Taurus? Oh, I talked to you. I was going to say, what's going on with your money? I mentioned you got opportunities coming in. This looks like this is maybe a pay week for some of you Taurians. You could be securing some sort of contract. You could be meeting somebody that gives you mutual respect. Like, if this is a relationship for some of you Taurians, some of you with you're putting yourself out there again and maybe going back into the dating world after maybe you've gotten out of something with someone. It looks like you could possibly be getting into a solid relationship once you remove that block, because there's definitely something blocking you from moving forward, and it's the past. It's the fact that it's hard for you to let go of the past. Some of you, there's somebody that's thinking about leaving home, and they could be, but okay, if somebody is leaving home or somebody is moving, it just seems like somebody is not sure where they're going next. If there is something that you owe as far as a contract is concerned, it seems like that you've got something coming in for you. Something legal actually may work out in your favor. If it, and it turns out that this works out in the way that there is a compromise. You come to some sort of compromise, maybe an agreement on something, or there's someone that comes and helps you out with something. Somebody could be maybe asking for a loan from you, Taurus, or you could be loaning money to someone. Yeah, this opportunity feels like it comes out after a period of frustration, or there's some sort of opposition when it comes to your money. There's been a lot of delays. Unemployment ends is what I'm trying to say, Scorpio, Taurus. Some of you are dealing with your opposite sign, a Scorpio. Yeah. There's something to do with whatever is going on at home. It just seems like there's an unhappy family life, something that's dysfunctional with a family member. And it seems like there's a repetitive behavior when it comes to this. Or some of you, you're in relationships where somebody is repeatedly hurting you in some sort of way. It's time to stand up for yourself, Taurus. Okay, if this is you moving and maybe things are uncertainty, then this is a yes about a new contract as far as work is concerned, or there's a particular company that maybe you're working for. Some of you are concerned about maybe the education of a child. You might be concerned about their progress in school. Maybe there's a kid that might be going to get tutoring. But yeah, it seems like somebody could be walking away. Somebody's leaving a home. Like I said, it could be your kids. Somebody's leaving something, possibly a Leo. Or this is your kid just kind of like not at home. What is going on? There's a kid that's being deceptive about something, trying to avoid talking about something. For some of you got a legal situation. Somebody could be doing community service. A lot of your money seems like it's being allocated to either your home, the roof over your head. Taurus. It's definitely a car. Okay. You have a court situation. It seems like you're getting some sort of feedback or verdict to something. Taurus, it seems like whatever this court situation is, it affects other people, such as maybe other family members. So there might be family that's gathering together to talk about something. You got a gambling issue, Taurus, or somebody around you does. Yeah, you might be commuting a lot this week, Taurus, traveling a lot, spending a lot of time in your car. Maybe there's a particular place that you're going to. It seems like maybe it's time to get to the water, Taurus or cross watcher. Or you might be going to, what am I trying to say? Maybe you're going to the beach. You're going to a different city or whatever. Because it looks like the scenery is changing in your situation. Definitely, it seems like there's a lot of focus here having to do with work and being productive. It looks like you have the ability to do so, but whatever this is with the roof over your head, if it's not the roof over your head, then maybe it's time to check your roof. Something might be going on with that, and maybe that's where you're allocating some money toward that. But I think that there's something that you're needing to get paid. Some of you, you're paying for tutoring, like I mentioned, to having to do with kids, maybe over the summertime. Yeah. All right. Some of you might be flying somewhere. You're definitely doing some sort of traveling. I mentioned that already. Promise you, somebody has like a really deep addiction when it comes to drinking. Somebody passed, Taurus, because if nobody passed away, then it just seems like someone is taking something really hard. Somebody hasn't grieved properly over someone's passing, and it could have something to do with a fire sign in Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Some of you paint. You're very creative. You're celebrating the life of someone that passed, this feels like. Come on. Celebration, celebrate life. For some of you, there's a birthday celebration. Maybe you're connecting with someone over the 4th of July. What is this? Taurus. Make life a celebration. Come on with it. I mentioned to you somebody has a drinking problem. Maybe that's the issue. Somebody might be drinking a lot at a celebration that could be coming up. Okay, there's some sort of gathering that could be coming up that could be relevant to you, Taurians. Yeah, that's what that looks like. And somebody could be acting out of character, or something could be causing you to act out of character because of something that somebody says at a gathering. I don't know. That sounds kind of random, but that's what I'm saying. What is the advice, Holy Spirit, for the Taurians? Maybe you're not feeling well this week, Taurus. Or you're dealing with someone this week that's under the weather. What's going on with Taurians? It's time to play. You're working too hard and worrying about everything. Seek out joyous opportunities to bring balance into your life. So I guess this is what this celebration is concerned about or mentioning. The celebration may have something to do with just like enjoying your life. It just seems like it's all work and no play for you, Taurus. Maybe that might, something about that might change. And maybe that's why I saw the scenery kind of change in your reading, because maybe it's just kind of time to break the monotony with something that's going on in your life and go out and have some fun. Or this is your kid, your children around you that might want to go out and get outdoors, especially since it is the summer months. Maybe they're bugging you to go somewhere, Taurus, and maybe you might actually budge from your work. Like take some air and come up from your work, because it just seems like you're drowning yourself in your work or your worries. And your guys are saying, come on, Taurus, get out of your head. There's more to life than just taking things extremely seriously. Your loved ones are safe. Let go of your fears and worry of your loved ones. I'm looking after them. You might be very concerned about a loved one this week. In particular, a child. Because that's what when I say child, please, like I mentioned to you earlier in the reading, listen to it with an open mind. These may not be your own children, but these could be younger people that are around you. Because, I mean, children are very highlighted in your reading for whatever reason. So maybe you take care of children for a living. You've got a lot of nieces, nephews, or grandchildren that might be around you in the summer months. This sort of thing. Talents. Unknown. Maybe there's some talents that you are exploring. Or your guys are saying, get back into this. There's something that you're very talented at. I mentioned to you, for some of you Taurians, you're very creative. You draw. You write. You've got a very vivid imagination. Maybe you write stories or this sort of thing for a living. You might be getting back into that. This. Maybe a reading that may resonate with you if you happen to have Virgo in your sun, moon, rising, Venus. Dominant in your natal chart. Might be cross-watching for a Virgoan. And this reading may resonate with you if you're cross-watching for someone with those placements. Keep in mind, Virgos, that this reading is genuine. It is genuine, but it is general. So not everything in this reading may resonate. Take what resonates, Virgo, and leave the rest. Please don't make any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can always book me for a reading on my website, which happens to be angelicascensionstarot.com. I do have available time slots for same-day readings throughout the weekend. You're definitely connecting with a Leo. A Leo that is in your energy, sun, moon, or rising. They don't have to be a Leo sun. Virgo, or you know what? Of course, it wouldn't be a Virgo reading unless Leo showed up. Leo always shows up to the Virgo reading. Some of you are Virgo, Leo cusp, or you have a child that is a Leo. What is going on with Virgo? Got an air sign that's in your energy. And as well, you have a Taurus. You might be making a connection with your mother, a mother figure. Virgo, you might feel like you're walking on eggshells around someone in particular. It seems like you're very focused on your work. Yeah, it seems like you are. Maybe it's difficult to see what's ahead of you. Virgo, maybe it's time to maybe do some updates to your vehicle. Maybe start to do a car wash. It might be something basic like that. Yeah, there's some things in your life that you're facing. It just seems like there's a lot of uncertainty, or maybe there's something that you're wanting to get into, Virgo, and maybe you're not sure if it's really going to pay off or whether it's really worth it. You've got some important changes that are coming up for you pretty soon, especially when it comes to making peace with someone, Virgo, because it looks like someone, possibly a fire sign. Maybe this fire sign is very dramatic. Maybe this fire sign is going out of their way to get your attention for something, Virgo. But there's definitely some sort of talk or communication that's coming in, Virgo. There's been some delays in your situation. Things may begin to move forward. There's a lot coming at you, though, Virgo. Of course, there's a Leo. Money's looking pretty good for you, Virgo. It seems like some of you Virgoans, you're single. There's some success coming your way. And it looks like you're spending some time with friends, but you're definitely reuniting with someone coming up. You might have had drama with someone in the recent past. And if this is a romantic relationship, somebody feels like they deserve better than what they're getting. Now, there's somebody that's waiting on the outside of this, because it seems like you're making some sort of like quick bounce from one situation to the next. So some of you Virgoans, it seems like you're getting out of a situation kind of quickly, pretty abruptly, and you're getting into something with somebody else, because it looks like there could be somebody that is attracted to you, or you are attracted to someone. Somebody has caught your eye. You got the devil. I don't know what this is about, but there is a Capricorn. There's a Scorpio. Here come the shenanigans. There's this Leo again. You got a lot of harassment, Virgo. There's a lot of competitors in your situation. Maybe that's why there's so many eyeballs on you. Gosh, Virgo. You got the High Priestess at the bottom. I don't quite understand what I'm seeing, Virgo. Bear with me. But you're definitely butting heads with someone. Like I said, it feels like you've reached some sort of an obstacle with someone. This is why you feel like you're walking on eggshells. Now, there's a lot of secrets, a lot of secrecy in your situation, Virgo. There might be some things that somebody is kind of keeping from you. And somebody is definitely trying to discover the truth about this. Yeah, you feel like maybe somebody is being flirtatious behind your back. There's definitely something having to do with depression. You're dealing with someone who I feel is depressed. Some of you, this situation where you're butting heads with someone is that you are finding out that somebody has cheated. Or you're giving somebody pushback because you feel like somebody is around for like somebody's trying to benefit off of you financially, you might feel. Some of you got a violent situation. You could be dealing with someone who is violent. There's some sort of assault in this situation. But for some of you Virgoans, there's something that's being done behind your back. And there might be other people that are seeing this, watching you get into it with somebody else. Either somebody is watching you get into it with someone, or it's just been that way in the past. Especially somebody is violent because they're dealing with like some sort of like bad habit. Some of you, somebody is concerned about going to jail. You got somebody coming to your house, Virgo. If you are arguing with somebody, because it definitely feels that you are. If you're, okay, let me paint the picture. Let me make it clear for you. Some of you, you're not arguing with someone. Some of you, you're in a situation. You might be the spectator of this. You might be viewing something, hearing something, overhearing something. But there's definitely somebody eavesdropping or wanting to know more information about something here. If you are arguing with someone, it just seems like somebody is taking something absolutely overboard. The cops could get called in this particular situation. Somebody's running their mouth. Okay. Somebody is really trying to, I want to say, kind of trigger you, Virgo. Somebody is trying to start an argument with you. And I think the reason being is because somebody may not know how to verbalize what they're feeling. So rather than saying what they're feeling, they're going to try to trigger you in this way. There's somebody, Virgo, that might feel disconnected from you this week. It could be physically, it could be emotionally, and somebody feels scared. They feel like they don't really have confidence in where this is going, and somebody is pretty sure that somebody is leaving. No, I just noticed something. You got a lot of people looking in, having to do with you. So that's what I mean. If you're arguing with somebody, things get kind of tense. People want to know. What's going on? Did this already happen? If you, somebody's worried about homelessness in this situation, Virgo. That's why I feel like I'm missing some pieces, because it's like, what happened? How did you get from an argument to getting from I'm putting you out of the house sort of thing? You got some money coming to you, Virgo. Somebody might have an injury in your situation. Definitely you got somebody spying on you. Yep. Cops have been called. Okay. For some of you, there are children involved in this situation. If you are getting into it with somebody, I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't even know what you're arguing about. But make sure you don't let things get out of hand, because it definitely feels like there's police involvement. For some of you, there's just a lot of police involvement, like police presence in your city, around you, in your town. When you're traveling on the streets, you might be noticing maybe a lot of cops in your area. But I think this is due to some sort of an argument. They feel like these are onlookers that are watching or overhearing. The cops get called for what, though? Children, I mentioned to you, children might be involved in this situation. This could be, it seems like you got some sort of outsider involved in this. This feels like this could be like maybe a social worker is kind of how I'm reading this. There's some sort of involvement and somebody is concerned about jail time, unless you are maybe dealing with somebody who is a felon or somebody that just kind of has a rap sheet. Some of you, this fight is about the fact I mentioned to you, somebody is cheating in the situation and you're finding out about it. Oh, for some of you, this is like a drunk driving situation. I mentioned to you that somebody has an addiction. This is you. Be careful about getting behind the wheel of a car after you've had too much to drink, because it just seems like somebody's not safe to drive. Yet they are. This feels like this is something that's happening. If this isn't arguing, this happens at somebody's home. The cops get called to somebody's home. It looks like. What's going on with Virgos? A lot. You got a decision to make, and maybe you're not sure about what's ahead of you. Okay. It just seems like there's a lot of uncertainties, a lot of things that are not guaranteed with what's coming forward, with what you're going toward right now. See, something is going on with the county building. What is it? No, I think I already figured this out. This is either a cop coming to, why? Where does this go? You're having fights with somebody, and it seems like the cops get called. Somebody could possibly be going to jail, worried about going to jail. Yeah, it seems like some of you are going to, you got an ongoing legal situation. For some of you, this judge situation does have something to do with the fact that maybe there's like a child service worker coming to somebody's house. There's something concerning a child. Either a child is caught in the middle of adults fighting, or this is your kids are bickering a lot and they're getting on your nerves. But this feels like somebody is investigating, somebody looking into a situation. Virgo. Come on. You're going to the bar? That's what this feels like. It has something to do with somebody's drinking problem. And you're better off walking or getting a designated driver than trying to get behind the wheel of a car if you had too much to drink. Just my observation from the cards. You do what you want. I'm not here to be anybody's mama, but that's just what I'm seeing. The intuitive. You got an intuitive hunch about something that's going on. If it's not with you, then it's definitely with a child. Okay, maybe there's a child that might feel like you're very invasive, just kind of looking in too much on what they're doing. There is a fight. Maybe there's a child that might feel like they're having to referee fights. Random side note, Virgo, maybe you're getting back in the gym, or some of you, you're connected with someone who is an athlete. Might be getting a lot of catching up on rest, Virgo. What's going on? You might be going on some public transportation. It's a fire. Might be a fire in your area. That's what I mean. You have a lot of sirens. You got the police. You got the firemen in your situation. Just a lot of fire. What am I trying to say? A lot of sirens in your situation. Exactly. Some of you, this whole situation, I mentioned to you, going to court to handle a home situation. Some of you, this could be an eviction. Or some of you, this is something that's more intense. This is what I mean. Virgo. Somebody might have you feeling like you want to catch a case. Be careful of your composure. If it is not your situation, then you're connected to somebody. This is a third party situation. Maybe you broke it off with someone, and maybe has something to do with your ex or your family members. But somebody may need to go to court, handle a legal situation, and somebody is worried out of their mind about this. Something could be going on publicly. Something could be happening online. Somebody might be trying to handle something publicly with a smile, but in the background, it seems like privately somebody's dealing with something and they're very stressed about this whole entire situation. There's some sort of consequences to someone's actions. Virgo. Somebody, yes, thank you. That's exactly what this is. Arguing too loud. Some of you are dealing with another Virgo. Yep, did I say that? That's crazy. Military. So I don't know if this is, you might feel like somebody outranks you. This has something to do with ranking in the military. Yes, this is somebody getting caught up in the system. Something happened before, Virgo, and it may end up happening again. Somebody may not feel well. Somebody is going through some sort of health situation. Somebody is worried about getting locked up. So what happens from here? You got a legal situation that's returning. Or some of you, you're going back to court about something that's coming up. Some of you, you're very concerned about maybe people that are in the system or people that are maybe presiding over a particular case that you have. You might feel like they're corrupt or biased in some sort of way. But be mindful of nosy people around you, because Virgo or cross watcher, they come in abundance. Okay, but it seems like you're doing something to catch the attention of people. Like other people are involved, and it feels like something is online. Somebody is spying online, by the way. Somebody might be watching what you're doing online. I hope you're not arguing with somebody online. Some of you, this could be some sort of back and forth that you're having with someone online. Like you're having some sort of like public beef with somebody, whatever. Somebody's watching. It's catching a lot of attention. Some of you, this has something to do with I want to say like a no contact order. Some of you, there's a restraining order. And some of you, it seems like there's like a child custody case that could be caught in the middle in some sort of way. I'm not sure, but you got a lot of strangers that are watching. Finances have been a barrier for you. It seems like there might be a little bit of a delay for you, Virgo, but financial improvement feels like it is coming in. Okay, this might be something that's going on publicly. There's a relationship where people could seem happy. Maybe that's them posting a lot of pictures online, but it seems like something appears to be picture perfect. But really, if you were to peel back the layers, you would see that something is absolutely toxic and unraveling in somebody's situation. I don't know, Virgo, but yeah, money could be coming in for you. You could possibly be getting a loan. Yes. You might have to pay somebody to bail. You might have to pay to bail somebody out of jail. That's what I mean. As soon as I say that, justice, 8 of Swords. Come on. Don't catch a case, Virgo. If this is it does look like you're worried about money. Money, it seems like Virgo or cross watcher, it might trickle in, or you might get paid at the end of the week. But it looks like some of you Virgoans, you're living paycheck to paycheck. You're making amends with someone, possibly your mom, your baby's mom, or whomever this person happens to be. It might be hard to let go of a relationship, Virgo or cross watcher, because it seems like you have a lot of love for someone, but maybe this is just a week where you're not talking to somebody. Somebody regrets their actions this week, especially if they said something in the heat of the kind of to come in, things have the ability to turn around. There's a delay in some sort of financial improvement, but it does come in. And you've got some good news that's coming in for you, Virgo. If this has something to do with a legal situation, this might be a judge cutting somebody some slack. When maybe they're a repeat offender, this sort of thing. Something happened before and it happens again. You're worried that maybe you're going to be homeless or on the street. It just seems like something happens over and over. It's time to cut something off, cut something loose, some sort of a pattern that's going on in your life, Virgo. But yeah, like I said, you're doing some sort of magic for some of you. Or that's just how your financial situation just kind of comes in. You might get some money that maybe you were not expecting, or you find some sort of solution to a financial situation where you can pay something, because it seems like you're worried about getting something paid. Somebody's waiting for your phone call, Virgo. Somebody's waiting to get in touch with you. I don't know. Your reading was just kind of odd. Some odd things is happening for Virgos. What's going on? What else might be going on with Virgos? It's time to move forward. Confirmation. I was saying certain things you might need to cut loose. It's time to move forward, and it's time to surrender. So whatever is coming up next, you might feel like you're walking on eggshells, or like I said, you're just not sure what's coming next. Your guides are saying the guidance in this reading is to move forward, surrender, because it just seems like there are certain things that might be difficult for you to navigate because you don't have all of the pieces of the puzzle. You don't have all the pieces to kind of put together a complete picture of what's going on in your situation. So it's going to be necessary for you to move forward. With work, Virgos, maybe that's where you're getting into it with somebody. You work in a very competitive market. Since I'm talking about market, maybe it's time to go to the store. Some of you could be maybe playing the stock market. Virgo. Coronation. This reading may resonate with you if you happen to have Capricorn in your sun, moon, rising, Venus, 7th house. Or if you're cross-watching for somebody with those signs, those placements. Keep in mind, Capricorns, that this reading is general. Not every single thing mentioned in this reading may be a fact in your story. It's not going to resonate to a T. So kind of keep that in mind. Please don't make any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, Capricorns, you can always book a reading on my website, which happens to be angelicsascensionstarot.com. We're going to get into some sensitive topics, Capricorn. If it's your preference not to hear about sensitive topics, maybe skip this one. We're always going to talk about sensitive topics. So maybe I'm not the reader for you if that's the case. If you're not into sensitive topics, let's get into it. You're very goal-oriented. Your guides are saying, Capricorn, to keep your mind open for some possibilities. It seems like there's some good things coming in for you, in spite of the fact that maybe you've been having some adversity. Capricorn, I heard Scorpio so heavily. Some of you are dealing with a Scorpio, or you have Scorpio in your chart. There's a Scorpio that could possibly be reaching out to you, or somebody linked to you. Somebody likes to spend a lot of time in the club. Capricorn, you're making some, there's some people that are really trying to maybe invest in your vision, or people that are on board with what you're working on, Capricorn. So this might be how you're making some financial gains. Capricorns, you might be having some really odd dreams. Weird, unusual dreams. Capricorn. Oh, if we're talking about relationships, it just seems like it's complicated for you to kind of figure out if the feeling is mutual. Maybe it's just kind of hard to tell. You got some very sneaky people around you this week, Capricorn. You might be questioning the integrity of certain people that are around you. Some of you, You house hunting? Possibly. Maybe some of you are hiring a realtor. You're going to court for something. You're getting married? What's going on with it? Yeah. Did you lose your keys, Capricorn? Because it's like in every card, something here to do with keys. You could be getting the keys to something. It could be a house. It could be a property. Maybe some of you are selling, and maybe something actually works out very well for you because you definitely have some money coming in this week. You might have a lot of different things that are on your plate, Capricorn, but it definitely feels like you can manage this if you can keep a level head. You got what is this? You've had a tough situation with someone, Capricorn, a tough relationship with someone. And it seems like somebody might be coming back around to make things better. Some of you are dealing with a Taurian. This is Capricorn. Yeah, here's the devil. Why is the devil in Capricorn's situation? The star. You got an Aquarius. What's going on with Capricorn? Here's the Scorpio. You got the Tower. There's a Sagittarius that comes up. I don't know what this is about. Somebody's watching Capricorn. Watching and reporting back. Some of you do have a military situation, a military person that could be relevant. Who is, somebody's researching you. Okay. It just seems like, okay, some of you, this is a background check where somebody's just really looking into your situation is for the purpose of work. But there's been a really intense betrayal that I think is on your mind this week. It's a lot of different things. It looks like somebody's coming to look for guidance from you. Then it just seems like you work in a very ruthless situation at work where somebody's really going out of their way to try to take you down. And it seems like some of you be careful about making impulsive decisions. Yeah, you're moving. If you are not moving, Capricorn, or a cross watcher, somebody around you could be relocating. And they could be hitting you up about this week. What's going on with Capricorn? You read a lot. Capricorn, maybe you're getting into a good book. You do have a Taurus that's in your energy. Taurus is highlighted. Some of you, you're going to a celebration. You're very distracted. Some of you Capricorns, maybe you deal with depression. Or maybe you're just not feeling like yourself this week. You might have a lot of bickering kids around you. Okay. Some of you are getting a divorce. Goodness. It's like, are you getting a divorce or are you not? It just seems like it just, you don't know. Maybe sometimes you're good with this person and sometimes you're not. Are you going to somebody else? You're moving out from who, though? Aquarius is involved. Stillness. Maybe you don't want to move. You got a difficult decision to make in some area of your life, Capricorn, and maybe you feel like you're not prepared for this. It seems like your guys are saying it's time to break away from something, Capricorn. It seems like you are house hunting. It's time to move forward. If you are not, somebody around you is. There's a new beginning ahead of you, especially as you get out of a relationship. Somebody is getting a divorce. Somebody could be going to look for, talk to a lawyer about maybe a divorce. It seems like time is of the essence with something. Somebody's filing some paperwork. By getting out of something, Capricorn, it might be very painful for you to leave something behind that maybe you were so kind of used to. It just seems like it's time to do something else. And by doing so, it seems like there's a win for you. Somebody feels like they missed out on you, missed out on an opportunity with you, Capricorn or cross watcher. And it seems to be this water sign, possible water sign, Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio. There might be a delay in this person getting in contact with you. And it just seems like it's with whomever this happens to be, a water sign, really. For some of you, it seems like if you haven't been in touch with somebody, they've been struggling with a lot. They're going through a lot. It might be them that's going through a divorce. Somebody's thinking about you. Maybe you've refrained from getting with somebody because they were in a relationship or they're married. It just seems like there's a third party for some of you, Capricorns. You're concerned about a child's education. You're having a disagreement with someone. You're fighting with someone this week, Capricorn or cross watcher. Or you did. Past tense. I mentioned to you that there's been a betrayal. Somebody said something or did something to you that's just been very harmful to you. It's hard for you to let this go. And maybe right now you feel that somebody doesn't understand how you feel and that maybe somebody is avoiding, maybe, I don't know, are you working something out with this person? I'm not sure. There's communication coming in. Somebody would like to talk to you. For some of you, this is a soulmate. Doesn't have to be a romantic soulmate. Somebody is waiting, it looks like, to talk. Somebody could be sending you a text, some sort of message, Capricorn, because it looks like somebody would like to see the truth about something. If you have a legal situation, Capricorn, it seems like somebody is trying to conceal something. Having to do with a home situation. And for some of you, there's a drinking problem. And maybe this is causing somebody to not feel safe in their home environment. Or there's somebody that just feels like there's not a sense of belonging. They feel like the black sheep in a particular situation. Whatever this is, the truth is going to be seen about something that is hidden, Capricorn. If this has something to do with the court of law, trust. Somebody's going to find that they're looking to get down to the bottom of the truth because somebody is definitely dancing around the issue. Like dancing around the truth. And this could be a child. You might be confronting them about something. And they're going to find every way to kind of dodge the truth about something. So you could be confiding in a friend about something this week, Capricorn, something that might be going on, because somebody in your energy feels lost. They're looking for clarity and they're feeling very confused and kind of struggling with something this week. You could be getting back into your hobbies, Capricorn. Maybe you paint. Or you do some sort of, you have a very creative talent. When it comes to some sort of goal that you're working toward, that's where I feel that you're hitting an obstacle. Somebody is trying to challenge you in some sort of way. Somebody is like bombarding you or like questioning you, interrogating you for the truth. Capricorn, trying to get you to say something. Be careful what you say. In a particular situation, Capricorn or cross watcher, it just seems like someone is trying to, I'm not trying to say trap you to say something. Because of a disagreement, a past one, it seems like you got a legal situation on your hands because things got kind of heated. Random, you're going to the library, this looks like. Or you're researching some information. What is going on with court? It has something to do with what's going on at home. You might hear back this week, Capricorn, about something having to do with a court situation. And this might provide some light at the end of the tunnel. It seems like you're getting some sort of clarity or guidance about something that has just been a really big obstacle for you. Somebody is worried about incarceration. They're worried about getting locked up. Capricorn. Yeah, it's like somebody's stress is increasing in this situation. Maybe you got a court situation coming up and you're not sure about what the outcome of this is going to be. Capricorn. You might be shocked to hear about something, Capricorn. Yeah, something affects not just you. It feels like it also affects people that you're around. That's exactly what this is. It's because you haven't got on the other side of this. Right? You're not yet across something. So it seems like you're worried about this. Somebody is in jail. Capricorn, it looks like somebody could be being released. Or you have some sort of good fortune, a good outcome when it comes to a legal situation. But it also feels like someone may need to move. And maybe you're not sure what to do or what direction to go with a particular thing that's going on in your life right now. Yeah, definitely with a marriage. It just seems like a marriage or a relationship is up and down, but something is coming to an end. There's definitely a relationship that's coming to a conclusion. This is somebody watching you, Capricorn, hacking into your situation. I don't know, maybe that's you at work. Somebody passed away, possibly, Capricorn. Yeah, you're going to a reader about something. Yeah, you got some nosy, obnoxious people in your situation, Capricorn. That's what I mean. Somebody's watching what you're doing online. I don't know what that's about, but be mindful of your interactions online, what you're doing online, because it looks like somebody is maybe trying to see something, see what you're doing. Maybe you have a boss that's maybe like very like micromanaging you. Come on, did you lose a couple of people? Maybe somebody didn't die. Maybe somebody didn't pass. Maybe this is just hard for you to kind of digest the fact that something is over. Yeah. Whatever was a blockage for you, I mentioned to you that when it comes to your career, somebody in your situation is being very challenging towards you. They're bringing some sort of opposition. Like you're seeing Capricorn for some of you as a leader in your industry. And it seems like somebody has put up some sort of barricade to block you. Some of you Capricorns, you're being gang stalked. Some of you are tarot readers, or you're going to a tarot reader with regard to something that's going on in your situation. Some of you, somebody is blind to something. They don't see something. I mean, you got some very watchful people in your energy. Somebody abandoned a child. Maybe that's what you're going to court for. Capricorn, there might be some fires around you. Careful about kids and playing with the stove. Kids playing with electronics, this feels like, or there's just fires around you, this sort of thing. Like, it seems like something's happening all of a sudden. Competitors, they're trying to knock you off of something, okay? Somebody might feel that you don't deserve something that you're doing, something that you're working on, Capricorn. It seems like somebody's trying to mess with your image. to kind of bring you down. You are moving. To me, this is a welcome mat, unless this is somebody feeling like somebody is like being treated like a doormat in the situation. Otherwise, I definitely feel that you're moving. Either you're closing a deal on a property, you're moving in someplace. Somebody could possibly be moving in with you. You got a lot of people watching you. I know I keep saying it because I keep pulling cards that show somebody looking at, there's a lot of energy being directed at you. And some of these people don't look happy. You're walking off from a situation, something's coming to an end. Yep, somebody's worried about homelessness. Somebody's living outside. Maybe you might have some unusual weather around you this week too, Capricorn. What's going on with work? Who are these people? These are people trying to attack your character. Or they're trying to trigger you to act out of character, Capricorn, or cross watcher. It's a lot of people looking into you. Some of you, it's because of what you do professionally. It seems like somebody's trying to steal your ideas and take credit for the things that you do and act like they originated this idea and that it didn't come from Capricorn or the cross watcher. Somebody's trying to steal something from you. And it feels like these eyes are on you out of envy. Some of you, the person that's sending you this negative energy could be a significant other. Maybe, I don't know, they're watchful of you too. Why are they sending you this negativity? I think it's because you cut somebody off, Capricorn or cross watcher. This is why they're watching you. Somebody that maybe you did have an involvement with. It could be a friend that you dropped. They're sending you negativity because they were just using you. And maybe they see you doing better, Capricorn. And it looks like somebody's upset about that. And maybe somebody didn't want to see you doing better without them. I don't know. Holy Spirit, what's going on with Capricorn? Some of you are seeking an expert about something. It could be about health. But I think this is you maybe looking for expert advice with regard to something that you're going through that's puzzling you this week. Or you are the expert and there's someone coming to you to look for advice about something. It could be a friend. Whatever happens, something may need to be cleared up. Definitely drop in a relationship. Or you had tension with someone, Capricorn. Somebody wants you to drop it. They don't want you to talk about it anymore. They don't want you to bring it up anymore. Don't look back. You're not going that way, Capricorn. Some of you are tempted to look back. Is it you, Capricorn, a cross watcher? Spirit guides are saying, let something go. You might be holding on to something, Capricorn, energetically, or just maybe this is you, like you're holding on to a person. You're holding on to something that somebody said behind your back and you're irritated by it. You're depending on someone this week to do something for you, Capricorn. It seems like somebody might not do as they promised. Whatever this is, somebody has a bad memory. Or you remember something differently than someone else, the way that something played out. Something could possibly be cleared up. But I think somebody has a foggy memory. You're coming back in contact with someone, Capricorn. Somebody feels the need to kind of turn back and fix the situation or have a conversation with you about it. They're going to fight it for a while, Capricorn. It might be a while before you hear from this person, but it looks like somebody's coming looking for another chance because they're thinking about you. And if some of you, it's because there was another person involved, somebody is coming back because they've chosen you. So somebody could be leaving this situation completely and coming to you to try to work something out with you. Now, if you're concerned about somebody pulling the wool over your eyes, trust there is a third party situation for some of you. There was, and somebody is letting this go. Like by the time someone comes to you, Capricorn or cross watcher, the third party is null and void. They're no longer with this person. Be mindful of your financial situation, especially if this is what's going on online. Financial information. It seems like that's what somebody is kind of spying on. So let's put it this way. If you are a business owner, Capricorn, it seems like somebody is trying to clock your sales. They want to see how much money you're generating. Or they think that they know. And that's the issue that they have. Like they're jealous of the money that they think that you make, Capricorn. And they just want to know, like, how much money is Capricorn making? You had to have gotten into it with a friend. Did I say some of you Capricorns, it looks like you're being gang stalked? What is this? Somebody must have passed because it just keeps coming out in your reading. There's one more thing that I see in this situation. You be careful about oversharing your information, Capricorn. What is this? Oh. Okay. I was trying to say what's going on here. You might be noticing a lot of birds around you as well. You're under some sort of attack, Capricorn. I was like, what is this? They say fighting. But I don't think I understand the context. Unless you have been fighting with someone. And maybe you just need some time away from someone. Is there more to the story, Spirit guys? What is this? Yeah, some of you are in court because you have some sort of a court situation going on. These might be people you live around. This is going to sound really crazy, Capricorn, but some of you might be questioning the sanity of some people that you live around. You might have a lot going on with animals. Maybe you live in a rural area. Did somebody pass away from a murder, Capricorn? Because it seems like some of you are dealing with a particular trauma. You might be getting attacked by an animal. I don't know. Like, this is just really odd, Capricorn. What is this scenario, Spirit guides? I feel like I might be missing something. Definitely deceived or betrayed by someone. Yeah, but somebody comes in to give you this information. So whatever pieces of the puzzle that are missing, it looks like Capricorn, your spirit guides come in to fill in the blanks. There's some sort of injustice that's being done to Capricorns. Like you're the victim of something. And it seems like your guides come in to overturn something that's going on in your situation. Yeah, there's a lot of gossiping going on. I don't know, Capricorn. I don't know what this is about. What is this with this whole situation, manifestation? Okay, maybe that's something that you're working on. I'm like really fixated on this. What is this going on with Capricorn? Why are these people following Capricorn? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I just said it. And I know it sounds random, but you might have some people following you, Capricorn. And you might know about this. It seems like it. Like you're frustrated about something. All right. Yeah, a lot of animals around you too. Time to go to the doctor, Capricorn. Have you been putting that off? It seems like you might need to find a compromise with your time because it seems like your health is of the utmost and maybe you're not really giving it the attention that it needs. Yeah, politics, trust. There's a lot of games is being played in your situation in the background. I think that might be the injustice. Something is going on around you. Yes, there's an enemy. Oh my God, why are the Capricorn readings like this? Somebody is trying to bring you some sort of misfortune. Regardless of that, your spirit guides are taking care of this. What's going on with Capricorns? What is the outcome to this whole weird stuff in the background? Spiritual wisdom and magic helps one gain wisdom and discover hidden secrets. Thank you. There is something that's hidden in your situation. It's not so hidden, Capricorn, because there's a lot of obvious. People are making it obvious, whatever this is, but your spirit guides step in to help you with something. Deliverance from persecution. I don't understand why you're being persecuted. I don't know how to let this go, Capricorn, because I want to know what's going on. Why is somebody coming for your image? Why is somebody trying to ruin you? Maybe that's to try to block you from some sort of achievement that you have coming up. It just seems like somebody is trying to block something. But regardless of what someone is doing, things turn around for you, Capricorn. Ascended Masters. I think you're here for a particular mission, Capricorn. There's something here that you are meant to accomplish. It just seems like there is someone that is trying to stop you, but not just someone. It seems like for some of you, there's a few people that are trying to throw obstacles in your way. Spirit guys, why is this happening? I guess the point is that this is going to be, this is coming to an end, Capricorn. Have courage, awaken the warrior of light within you. You've been chosen to do something, Capricorn, because you have courage. You've been chosen because of your courage. A message is trying to reach you. With regard to something in your energy this week, Capricorn, that you might feel is absolutely frustrating. It seems like your spirit guides are reaching out to you. They're trying to send you a particular message. The lotus within you awakes. Something about a lotus flower. There's a Piscean that could be in your energy as well. You are a master of light on high. This is why. It's because of your purpose that I feel that somebody is that there are people. Seems like this is some sort of like organized group that's trying to stop you from something. But it seems like it's because you won't conform. You continue to be yourself. You continue on the mission that's at hand. Capricorn, do not fight them, but have faith that light will always return. Somebody in your situation wants to fight you. I think this could be spiritual, but I think for some of you, this is physical. Spirit guys say don't fight them. Somebody's looking for a fight, this feels like. A new strategy is required for something that you're doing. You sing, you dance, you write music, you're a performer of some type, Capricorn. There's a new strategy with something that you're dealing with. It just seems like it might be time to redo something, do something differently. Something about your social circles may need to change. The people that you might keep company with, I'm trying to tell you, Capricorn, you might be dropping some people. People that are around you, some people that are in your energy. You might be seeing somebody's true colors. But the thing is, you already suspected this. You're like, really, you? That sort of thing, Capricorn. I don't know. I don't know how to make that make sense. But whatever this is, where there's some sort of injustice or somebody is falsely pointing the finger at you, truth and justice, protection from enemies who will steal one's fortune. Somebody's trying to steal something that belongs to you. Your spirit guides step in to give you some sort of a blessing, drives away evil spirits. Capricorn, you got a lot going on in that situation. There's something that you're doing, some sort of routine that you have. It's time to break away from it. Breaking away from some people, some certain situations. Capricorn, it looks like it's time for growth, and it's time to let certain people pass on by. Random. Some of you Capricorns have had a near-death experience. That's a lot, Capricorn. This reading may resonate with you if you happen to have Libra in your sun, moon, rising, or Venus dominant in your natal chart. If you're cross-watching for a Libran, you might find some information in this reading that may resonate for you. Keep in mind, Libra, that this reading is general and that not every single detail mentioned in the reading may resonate with you. Take what resonates, leave the rest. Please don't make rash decisions based on a general reading. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading on my website, which happens to be angelicsascensionstarot.com. I am reading for Libra, but I still feel the energy of Capricorn. Some Capricorn in your chart, or there is a Libran. Oh, you are the Libran, right? Because of course you're keeping yourself company. You're the Libra, but somebody else is around you. You might have a friend that is a Libra. You could be confiding in a friend. You got a Libra, Scorpio, I feel. You might have a kid that is an earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. You also have somebody that's an earth sign that's watchful of you. Libra, they sun, moon, or rising. They don't have to be a earth sign sun, but they got earth somewhere. What's going on with the Libra nation? Come on. This is so similar to Capricorn already. Libra, you got a lot of eyes on you too, for whatever reason. Especially at work. Eyes are all on you at work. Libra. Spotlight's on you. What's going on at work? Why are so many people watching Libras at work? Self-mastery. There's something that you're mastering about yourself this week, Libra. Something that your spirit guides want you to look at regarding self. I am spiritually wealthy. The mystic. Some of you have a mystique about you. You're very... But I think that for some of you, you have a particular spiritual gift, whether or not you've tapped into this gift, whether or not you've discovered it. You're discovering it and mastering it for whatever reason. But it just seems like this week you're not yourself. You're very... something's affecting your ability to concentrate, Libra. It just seems like there's a lot of pressure on you, Librans. You might have gotten into it with someone, Libra. Or you might feel triggered by something in particular that's happening in your energy. What's going on with the Librans? Some of you are tarot readers, Libra, or this is what brings you to tarot. Some of you you dabble in magic. You're going to get some magic done for something, especially if this has something to do with a court situation. You got a court situation that I feel has something to do with children or a child, Capricorn. You got at least 3 children in your reading. So I don't know if some of you have 3 kids with someone and are going through a court battle. But children are relevant in your reading in some sort of way. Maybe you work with children, because I was shuffling before to figure out what's going on with work, because that seems to be the central focus of what's going on for you this week, Librans, is work. So you have an issue with somebody at work, or somebody has an issue with you. You got a particular hater at work. Even though some of this stuff might seem kind of petty and irrelevant, it's coming up in the reading as though maybe for some reason it's going to make a difference with maybe you knowing who are the snakes in your situation, or this is your guys kind of peeling back the grass so that you can see the snakes clearly, see who you're really around, so that you can figure out who to kind of, you know, have a gauge about who to maybe trust in your situation, Librans, because it seems like there are some people in your situation that are not trustworthy, and you're going to see this about a particular person or a particular people, but there's like some opposition. You got the ops in your situation. Some of you Librans, you could be moving. You got the Seven of Swords. This looks like there's been a break-in. Somebody's prying into something, Libra. Somebody might be prying into some information because somebody feels that somebody is not being honest about something, and somebody's going to look for the truth. So somebody might feel as though they have to kind of pry to get to the bottom of a situation so that they know the truth of what's going on, because somebody is completely aware that someone is trying to manipulate something, manipulate a situation, manipulate a story. It feels like it's in what someone is saying this week, Libra or cross watcher. You're getting into a heated argument for some of you with a fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius, or you did in the past. Wow. How do I say this? I don't want to say all this stuff that I'm seeing in this reading. This is Libra. All right. What's going on with Libra? You got some success that's coming in for you, Libra. Success and happiness are coming. Maybe by you breaking away from something, it seems like you might have to leave something behind physically, Libra, in order to find some sort of happiness or peace about something in your situation. Some of you are dealing with a Virgo. This is very similar to Virgo so far. You've gotten into a disagreement with someone. You're cutting somebody off. Or you might realize that it's time to let something go and leave something behind. Some of you Librans are worried about homelessness as well. You got a court situation. You just got a lot going on. Somebody have a drinking issue. I don't know. Maybe you might be having a drink with somebody. Maybe you sing, Libra. Are you dealing with somebody that does? If somebody's legally blind. There is something here to do with somebody taking something. I mean, have you been robbed? Somebody is taking something, especially when it comes to financials. For some of you, maybe you feel robbed emotionally or psychologically, having to do with some sort of relationship that you're dealing with. You might feel like you've been robbed of your time. For some of you, you've been with someone for a long while, and now it looks like things are crumbling. Libra, some of you, it just feels like maybe some of you are getting a divorce, or you're going your separate ways from your partner. What's going on with Libra? Somebody in your situation is being dishonest. And Libra, the truth is going to come out about this. If this has something to do with the court of law, Libra, be careful about not being completely honest, because like I said, if this is where you're being dishonest about something because somebody's at fault for something and they're trying to dodge it, and there's going to be consequences for somebody's actions for being dishonest about something, Libra, in court. There's an earth sign that might be in jail, might be getting released. This is Libra. Didn't I say Capricorn over and over? You got to be dealing with a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Or this is just you in your chart. You're going to court for something. You got a document that's legally binding. Are you breaking an agreement? What is going on? You're afraid. Why? This is exactly what I was thinking. Stop breaking agreements. Just a random pull, and that card came out. Just my feeling. Some sort of agreement. This is a contract. This is having to do with a household situation. You're breaking a lease. Somebody's agreeing to do something for you this week. Libra, they may not come through. Maybe somebody you might feel this week is not reliable. What kind of agreement are you breaking? This is a relationship. I don't know. Maybe some of you are deciding to not be, to maybe not be as close to a parent of yours. There's a mother figure that shows up to the reading. It's some sort of betrayal. I think this betrayal situation has something to do with court. But somebody's looking into you. Libra, a cross watcher. Somebody has a gambling habit. You are worried about homelessness. Okay, let me see. Are you moving, Libra? Yes, you're breaking a lease. You're breaking a contract. Yes, due to some sort of conflict. That's what I was feeling that this is. You're getting into it with someone, and maybe you feel like it's better off that you live separately from someone. Now, if you are moving, be mindful that somebody's not getting into your stuff. Because it looks like somebody is like trying to take something that you have. Something that you worked very hard for. It has something to do with family. What's this tower about, spirit guides? You got something that you need to pay. It looks like whatever this is, maybe paying something will bring you freedom. Freedom from worries. Yeah, you're getting into something over and over again. Something is repeating this week. You're repeatedly having to move. Maybe you feel like it looks like you're worried. You might be seeing some people this week, Libra, that might be able to help you from something, but it seems like you're blocked from something. Maybe you blocked someone, Libra, or you're blocking someone this week. Yes, because you're not getting along with them. You got a lot of pressure, it looks like, especially at work. What's going on with work for Libras? This fire sign is just really just on you this week. Okay. There's a lot of pressure for you when it comes to your money situation. Stop breaking agreements, splitting apart. You are moving. Or this is a commitment, a relationship where there's been a lot of pressure. You've been very patient in a particular situation, and it just seems like you feel like it's time to go your separate ways. You got a lot of things that are going on in your head, and it looks like you're trying to maybe keep a positive state of mind, and you're kind of trying to keep pushing forward. Or this is your spirit guide saying, be patient, keep going, Libra, because it looks like things are going to change for you. I mentioned to you in the beginning, success and happiness are coming with something, but you've got to let go of something, Libra, a cross watcher that's not making you happy. You're worried about something. You're worried about somebody's alcoholism. You're worried about money, not having enough. You feel maybe ill prepared for something that you might need to pay. Some of you are in like a DV situation, Libra, or cross watcher. So maybe this is why you've been trying to hold on in a particular situation. You've been very patient because maybe it's out of loyalty that you're trying to hold on to someone. How many times can you keep going through this? Some sort of betrayal. I mentioned it again and again. And maybe that's how this has occurred to you. You feel like you've been betrayed again and again by someone, and now it's time to cut something loose. Cut something off. Maybe something's going on with your vehicle. You've got an Aquarius and a Pisces in your reading. Yeah, see, it's hurtful. But I think that somebody said something that was damaging to you. damaging to you, damaging to a relationship. So somebody feels like maybe you're ruthless and you can see you've cut them off, and you got innocence here as though this has something to do with a child. Maybe you're keeping away from somebody because you don't want to fight with them. So you work in medicine, by the way. Okay, yeah, you got a decision to make. Are you going to realize that by letting something go that you've made a wise decision? It has something to do with a contract. Some of you, this is like a twin flame, soulmate type of relationship. Or maybe you feel like you were destined to be with someone, Libra. But maybe you just feel like, okay, well, in this lifetime, maybe it's not meant to be. That could be like a soul contract that you have with someone. But for some of you, I think it's literal. You have a contract, a marriage that you might view as a contract, a living situation, some sort of contractual agreement. You're breaking it because of drama. You're talking to an elder about something. You could be getting the advice of an elder about something that might be going on with your situation. Yeah, you got to pay something off. If this is you worried about money, to maybe pay something, Libra. I heard Capricorn and Cancer. Some of you are dealing with a cardinal sign. You might even be dealing with an Aries. You do have some money coming in pretty soon over the next 7 days, or it seems like you're able to gather together the funds that you need to get something done, get something paid off. And this might help you to be able to rest easier. Something's going on with some sort of dysfunctional situation. And I don't know if you're fighting over money with someone. You have blocked somebody, though, or you are blocking someone this week. There is a final decision coming in this week about court. You're getting some sort of communication, possibly from a Virgo, or you are the Libra Virgo. You got a Sagittarius that's in your reading. There's a lot of regrets in your situation as well. Somebody regrets maybe the way that they acted, and especially the fact that you're not talking to them. This Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Somebody's really holding on to something that was said or something that was done. I don't know. Libra, it just looks like it really is time to move on from something. Is this a job? If you're going someplace, there's a delay. There's delays with travel. If this is your car, it looks like it's time to get something repaired. Yeah, you're starting something completely new. For some of you, it's time to let go of a job. Some of you Librans, you might be starting a whole new career. If you do have some money coming in this week, or you do have some coming up, make sure you put some away for the future. Because it looks like you got something coming up maybe in the next couple of weeks or so that you're going to need to use that money on. Yeah, this has something to do with unemployment, or just some sort of uncertainty where you're looking for answers to something that's coming up and you feel like you just don't know, because you might have to make some changes really quickly, some decisions very quickly about maybe whether or not to renew a contract, Libra or Cross Watcher. But it definitely feels like you're making decisions about people from your past that kind of return, people that might pop up. You might come in contact with an old coworker, or there could be somebody that could be coming back around to ask you for a second chance. You're going to be putting some pieces together. You might start off at the beginning of the week, Libra, maybe not knowing every single thing having to do with something that you're dealing with. But by the end of these next 7 days, or perhaps by the end of the month, something is going to be crystal clear to you. Something that you start off at the beginning of the week, maybe feeling a bit fearful about. I think you're worried that maybe somebody that you're living with may move out. Because that seems like that's what changes the situation. That might be the thing that you're worried about is maybe if your partner is moving out, if your kid is moving out, whatever this is, yeah, something has to end. There's a new beginning that's coming in its place. You could have a legal situation that could be coming to an end. Yeah, if this is a kid, they want more independence. There's a kid that might feel controlled, might feel like they can't do what they want to do. What's going on with moving? Whatever this is that you're worried about, Libra, your guides are saying stop worrying, Libra. Everything is going to be fine. Because it looks like you're losing sleep, or your sleep cycles, your circadian rhythm is off. I don't know if this is due to traveling or whatever. Something is disturbing. It's worry that's disturbing your sleep, or it's children, because you got a lot of children in your reading as well. You might be spending a lot of time with children or younger family members, people that are younger than you. Thank you. Your household situation is improving either through a move or a healthy change in the occupants. Something is going on at home. Whatever it is an improvement. Libra, somebody's moving out, or it just is time to move, but maybe it wasn't time to because you're breaking a contract. I don't know if this is a roommate moving out, but somebody might move out suddenly. You got a next chapter in your life. You guys are saying, think about this, get prepared, because like I said, you got something that if you can put some money away for if you can manage to put some money away, you're going to realize that you planned right. It's going to help you to be able to take action on something that's coming in next. I hope you're not jumping into a new situation too quickly, Libra, because for some of you, this feels like it's too sudden. This feels like maybe somebody was waiting for somebody to leave so that they could have them, or that they could jump into something with somebody else. For some of you, that's the case. Somebody's waiting for you to leave someone so that they can be with you. Now it looks like you're putting the past behind you. You might be going to a psychic for some information. And with something going on with court, it might be necessary for you to compromise. Be mindful of your thinking. You might have a lot of negative thinking. That's not going to lead you to solutions, though, Libra. For some of you, this new beginning has something to do with your purpose. Yeah. You might be resistant to some sort of change, Libra, but this change feels like it's absolutely for the better. Possibly having to do with a Leo. Somebody from the Leo nation. Yeah. A renewed sense of direction and purpose will soon manifest. So at the beginning of the week, it feels like you feel lost. But before this week is over, it feels like you get some sort of direction or purpose behind why something is happening, the lesson why something is happening, or it continues to happen over and over. Because it looks like your spirit guides are calling you out of something, Libra. You've been attracting to you negative circumstances, negative people, or people that have hurt you, and now it feels like you realize that the power is in your hands to put a stop to something or cut something off that has just been very damaging for you. Yet you've been trying to hang in there no matter what. If this is not you, and this has something to do with extended family, they could be talking to you about something, getting your advice, or coming to you to get help, to help gather together some funds. Okay. But it feels like even though maybe you have gone through some sort of adversity when it comes to your money, some sort of opportunity comes in for you, Libra, and this puts you at an advantage. It seems like your money, your financial situation may increase, but by this increase situation, the increase may have something to do with like an increase in tension by staying in a situation where your guys are saying it's time to go. Before you leave, because some of you, it seems like maybe your lease is coming to a completion. It's not there yet, but you might have to repair some damage to a property, because it just seems like something might have gotten damaged either through wear and tear. I don't think so. I think it's through just really intense arguing. I don't know. Be careful that you're not putting your hands on somebody, Libra, because that's where I feel like things could get kind of dicey when it comes to a legal situation. If this has something to do with violence. So guys, what's going on with this legal situation that's what you're fearing, is a legal situation. Somebody might be throwing out fear tactics to you. What's going on with you? Must have had a hunch before you got into this situation, Libra, for some of you, that this was going to be like this. Like you might have seen some red flags about this person or this relationship that kind of gave you an indication of what somebody was really about. This is what I mean. Be careful of your mindset this week. You might be noticing some red flags with someone's mental health, and it might have something to do with a mother figure. Gosh, Libra. That's what I mean. Hang in there. You got some sort of growth coming in for you. Success and happiness are coming. But you might just have to get on the other side of something that you're dealing with. You got some sort of government worker, government issue. This feels like this is the cops that could possibly get called because an argument gets out of hand. Oh, talking about law enforcement. I don't know. Libra. Good and bad and everything. And anyway, you're making progress. I mentioned to you, there's some progress that is ahead of you if you can continue to move forward, push forward in spite of the adversity, because it seems like in your mind you feel like nothing's going to change. This energy may have been lasting and lasting. It begins to dissipate, Libra. Yeah, that's what I mean. Something is happening and people in your home are affected. This feels like this honestly has something to do with possession of something. Somebody could be possessive. Somebody's getting caught with the possession of something, some sort of substance that maybe they're not supposed to have. I don't know, Libra. But it looks like illegal activity could get somebody, maybe prevents somebody from getting something that they need, prevents them from having a job, or prevents them from being able to live a certain place or live a certain lifestyle. I don't know, Libra. I'm just like completely lost in your reading, but that's what I see, Libra. Gemini. Gemini, some of you are dealing with an earth sign. Are you cursed by earth? Gemini, Taurus. Some of you could be Gemini, Taurus. Anyway, Gemini, this reading may resonate with you if you happen to have Gemini in your sun, moon, rising, or Venus. You have Gemini dominant in your natal chart or in your 7th house, or you happen to be cross-watching for Gemini. Keep in mind, Geminis, that not all messages in this reading may apply to you. Take what is genuinely a message for you and leave the rest. Please don't make rash decisions based on a general reading. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can reach out for a reading by booking on my website, which is AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Some of you are obviously dealing with a Libra, because I still feel Libra. You got Libra in your chart. You have a child that has Libra in their chart. There's a Libra somewhere. You could be meeting a Libran professionally, like on a professional level. Some of you Geminis, you're musicians. You love music. Music is your first love. You're looking for clarity. Somebody's looking for clarity from you. Gemini. Somebody this week is looking back on a situation with regret, Gemini. Somebody is feeling as though they made a mistake. Or Gemini, this could be you, especially a parent. A parental figure could be looking back on the way that they raised a child and feel as though they made some mistakes. Somebody's doing a lot of reflecting. Gemini or cross watcher, especially a Leo. Goodness, as soon as, why is everybody getting in legal situations? Let's see if that's literal, because maybe it's not. Gemini. If you are not going through a betrayal, somebody is. This week, Gemini, somebody is heartbroken over something. Let's see what this is about. Why is somebody hurt? Victim. What happened? You always go through depression like this, Gemini? If you don't, somebody around you is. Somebody is looking for forgiveness. It's like somebody is feeling like there's a relationship. They're kind of like giving up on a relationship. And it might be hard, Gemini, for somebody to just kind of let something go, let someone go. But it seems like somebody could be leaving your life. I don't understand what's going on, Gemini. Bear with me. Some of you, you're hurt by a friend. Maybe you're using music to kind of comfort you at this time, or this is somebody listening to songs and maybe they're reminded of you, somebody that you might feel has an addiction. Gemini, the cross watcher. You had like a bad relationship with someone. It feels like there's an addiction that got in the way. I think that there's somebody that wants to right their wrongs this week. Gemini, random. Maybe you're some of you are dealing with an Aquarius. We got amethyst on the table here. Somebody wants to heal something with, there's been an ongoing issue between you and someone. You and a Leo. Or Scorpio, here's your earth sign. Capricorn, Taurus, or Virgo. Capricorn sticks out the heaviest for me though. Seven of Swords. I'm going to see why the Seven of Swords is here. You got the Queen of Cups. Sagittarius is here. There's a mother figure that entered your reading. Oh, somebody is very stubborn. This feels like somebody wants to apologize. I'm sorry, I just saw something that kind of threw me off. Gemini, you might have a move that's pending, or maybe you're not sure if you're going to have to move. Somebody might be in that type of situation. I think that's who you're fighting with, a fire sign. Somebody's fighting because they won't maybe get some sort of addiction in check. You got somebody maybe interjecting into your relationship. Somebody's definitely putting a stop to it. Gemini, this is you. If you're in a relationship with someone, there's somebody else butting in. Third party, yes, but third party in your situation doesn't necessarily mean cheating. For you, anyway. Let's see what this third person is. It seems like it's a mom, a mother-in-law, a baby's mom. Like somebody has like a bitter baby mom, bitter baby daddy situation. Okay, Gemini, because it seems like some of you, maybe you've been doing some online dating. Maybe you met somebody and you feel like you are a good match with someone. Yet it feels like there's somebody in the background that is problematic for you trying to build on to a relationship with someone. Somebody has fallen out of love for someone. But I think, okay, you got freedom here, as though somebody's not going about something the right way. They want freedom, but they're not being honest with you about something. Or they're seeing you behind somebody's back. And this is somebody going to see. Come on. Leo is the most highlighted fire sign in this reading. Somebody is seeing someone behind the other one's back. For some of you, this has something to do with like a work connection. Somebody is seeing somebody that they work with. Somebody not honest about the fact that no, somebody was not. Somebody could possibly be trying to pull the wool over your eyes, Gemini, about something that's going on in your situation. Somebody's definitely having an affair. For some of you, this is a cheating scenario. This is a third party. Let's see. Let's look at what's going on with the Gemini nation. You're in an abusive relationship, some of you Geminis. Some of you, this doesn't even have to do with a romantic relationship. You might be dealing with somebody who is toxic, such as like family member. What's going on with Gemini? What's hidden from the Geminis? Okay. Some of you Geminis, you've been cheated on before. Some of you, you've been cheated on by this person or by somebody else in previous relationships. Maybe you feel like you've been cheated with. You've been played like in a lot of different scenarios in your life, but it seems like you could have left a relationship in the past where you were cheated on, and now you're meeting somebody else, so it's kind of hard for you to let your guard down. You're paranoid that maybe this person might do the same. Maybe you really haven't given them a chance, Gemini, because this looks like for some of you, this is kind of fresh and new, but you're going into a situation guarded. There's nothing wrong with having like a healthy type of guardedness, but it just seems like it might be kind of extreme. I don't know. Maybe you just have like extreme trust issues. You're definitely getting communication from someone, possibly an air sign this week or a Leo. You're seeing the truth about something. Also, Gemini, for yourself. If this is you needing to see the truth about whether or not you should cut someone off, and you need tangible truth, tangible proof about whether someone is physically cheating, because for some of you, they're sexually involved with somebody else. They've got a very troublesome look on their face. Or somebody's giving you a very puzzling look this week, Gemini, is because they feel like something is up with you. They feel like you're up to something. Or if this is you, Gemini, worried about whether or not somebody is up to something, it's because they are. If you're in a relationship with someone, a romantic one, they're not really necessarily ready to break up. They don't think that the relationship is great, but they might kind of stick around, especially if this is that they're able to benefit off of you in some sort of way. Maybe somebody's not working, or somebody might be a bit of an opportunist in this situation. This seems like this is like emotional abuse that some of you are dealing with, Gemini. Somebody puts you down. They diminish your self-worth in some sort of way. You might be trying to get a hold of the suspicion might come in the form of the fact that your intuition is telling you that something is up, Gemini. And you're going to look for something. Somebody is very controlling, by the way, and maybe cares a bit too much about what other people think. Somebody could be lying about money, their own money, about how much money they make. Somebody might act like they make a whole bunch of money, but somebody's broke. Gemini, a cross watcher. Sorry, I'm trying to get my cards to go all the right way. Some of them are turned, and you know what? Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. I'll just go ahead and just pull. Let's see what's going on with. Come on, Gemini. You're not overthinking. Somebody's trying to pull a power play on you. Somebody likes control, and they like to manipulate situations to look a certain way. You might be trying to get a hold of someone, Gemini, this week, and it seems like they're going to take forever to get in contact with you. And it might be due to the fact that they're doing something behind your back that somebody in a relationship has no business doing. And somebody's coming across this week is very argumentative. And it might feel like it's just virtually impossible to solve the main issue in a particular relationship. And it might be that the fact that somebody's addiction is just really getting out of hand, and it seems like somebody they're gravitating to addictions because they're trying to cover up their emotions. Somebody doesn't feel love this week, and rather than talking to you about and being like transparent about how they feel, they're going to cover up their emotions. Somebody feels this week that somebody's being completely inconsiderate, and that somebody is going out of their way to hide something and being overprotective of information, and that gives somebody a red flag, it looks like. So this week, it seems like somebody has been very distant, maybe for months, maybe for a prolonged period of time. Gemini or cross watcher. What takes place this week? I mentioned to you communication may come in. Oh, especially if this has something to do with a legal situation. You might hear back from something connected to court this week, Gemini. If it's your court situation, it's somebody around you. Somebody wants to approach you with something, Gemini. You might feel like somebody's really moody. Maybe that's your gripe with someone. You might feel that their moods are just kind of inconsistent, or that they have an attitude, or maybe you're trying to approach them about something. Somebody does not know where the two of you stand, but somebody doesn't know if they should try to, maybe kind of invade your space, because it is very obvious that there's a boundary when it comes to you. This person is reading your body language. They already know that you don't F with them like that, Gemini. Some of you are dealing with somebody that's not available. Either somebody is in a relationship with someone, Gemini, or they got something going on the side. Or for some of you, you're dealing with someone who is not available emotionally. And maybe that's where you're like, I can't deal with this. You might find it's just too difficult to deal with somebody who doesn't really want to be transparent about their emotions. You might feel like there's people ganging up on you, maybe other family members. I don't know. Oh, okay. What's going on with court? It just looks like this is a good thing. Court may actually go in your favor. You might have to wait for something, Gemini, to go in your favor. It seems like you're expecting some disappointing news with court. Somebody's trying to blame something for someone. 10 of Swords having to do with a Piscean. Random. Gemini, someone is spying on you. I see something online, possibly. Somebody is spying on you online, especially. Unless somebody is investigating you. Maybe that's why you have a court situation. Come on, you wish that somebody would stop drinking. Somebody is looking for guidance over maybe how to talk to you. Over maybe looking for something, some sort of forgiveness. Somebody is really looking back. They're reflecting. They have regrets about the way that they treated you. I mentioned to you, I talked to you at the top of the reading. This is a parent-child situation. It's a parent that's looking back on the way that they raised a child, and they have a lot of regrets about maybe not being more emotionally ready or open when it comes to a relationship with a child. And it's because somebody is, you got a parent-child situation. You can't seem to get through to someone. You might just have a difficult relationship with a parent-child situation this week. Come on. I'm trying to see why somebody's spying on you online. I did say you could be dating online. You might be sharing a lot to social media. Oh, goodness. This is Gemini. Okay. Some of you, you do work online, Gemini. Somebody is a copycat, Gemini, a cross watcher. So what I mean, if you are not a performer, you do something in the spotlight or you do see somebody, you cook, Gemini. Maybe you might be cooking more at home. I don't know. What do they want? You had a lot of people watching you. Gemini, some of you, there's an ex that's watching you online. Some of you, somebody's watching to copy what you're doing. And you, random side note, you might be having some awkward dreams, Gemini. What does this person want? Somebody wants you to feel inferior. Gemini or cross watcher, it seems like somebody doesn't like your confidence. Are you always a worry word? Gemini, it just seems like you're worried about everything. But unnecessarily, because you got some new opportunities that are opening up for you this week. You got some obstacles, yes, but these obstacles, you can overcome these. Like you might be making something way bigger in your head as far as an obstacle is concerned than maybe it really is. And really it's because your angels come in to step in to remove what is an issue for you. Because a lot of you, I guess not a lot of you, I'm not going to put it that way, but for some of you, whoever is meant to hear this part of the message in particular, somebody's been doing hexes, curses on you, trying to block you from having something. There's some people watching you to the point of obsession. And yeah, some of you as family members, trust and believe, especially if you were online, you see this keyboard. And it doesn't have to be somebody that you know. You might work online. There might be a lot of negativity. You never know who's watching. It just seems like somebody is watching you to the point of obsession because maybe they feel like you have something that they don't. I don't know why. But obviously, if they feel the need to kind of study you, probably can't see because I'm not on my camera, but it says copy right there. Like somebody is watching you to copy what you're doing. Like playing stuff back, screen recording you. Like somebody sees something that you're doing, Gemini, or you see someone and somebody wants to do what you're doing. Why? Because they see you being successful at it. And so they want a piece of the pie too. Some of you Geminis, you could be healers. Be careful about overindulging in something this week, Gemini. It could be alcohol. It could be whatever. But something that maybe this could be an obsession of yours. This could be something you're putting in your body. Alcohol. It could be overconsumption of sugar. Whatever this is that you're consuming, something you're doing something so much that it's becoming toxic to your body. Yeah. Maybe a lot of salt intake. You might have an issue with kidneys. You might have an issue with high blood pressure, high cholesterol, this sort of thing. Oh, somebody's been doing something for a long time. For those Geminis whose message this is genuinely for, this person that's been hexing you, they've been doing this for a while. This spell is broken. Gemini or cross watcher. See? Watching the take. Somebody could be hacking into your computer, hacking into your information. Somebody wants something that you have. Yeah, they've been doing this for a while, Gemini. This has been something that has just been absolutely frustrating to you, Gemini. Some of you, there's another Gemini doing this to you. It's somebody you work with, or this is a competitor. You own your own business. This week, it seems like you're doing something. Okay. You're online, you're posting, or you're coming across something. Somebody is posting something because they feel like you're going to be watching. They're going to be posting this towards you, okay? Somebody feels like, okay, well, Gemini's watching, so I'm going to say this in front of Gemini to try to get a reaction out of them. You know, but some of the things that they're saying are not the truth. And if this is the situation, this might be where somebody's looking back on regret. They lied on you. They're lying about you. Gemini. Anyway, it might be a good idea this week to cleanse the energy in your home, because it looks like there could be some unwanted spirits that could be around you. Let me remind you, it's because somebody is sending this energy to you. So maybe, like I said, it's time to cleanse this energy off of you, cleanse your home, cleanse yourself. When it comes to business and work, it seems like you're going in the right direction, especially if you're looking for a job. Maybe you're not sure where to look, what to do about this, but you're going in the right direction. You got some good news coming in for you as far as business is concerned, opportunities are concerned, even though there's somebody that really is obsessed with you and they want to block whatever success that or opportunities are ahead of you. They want to block this. They're wasting their time, Gemini Nation, as always and as usual. It just seems like somebody just has way too much time on their hands. But your spirit guides come in and block it. You might be noticing a lot of birds around you. Somebody might have a bird name. Falcon. Goodness. Robin. Jay. Hawk. Rooster. I don't know. They don't look like a rooster, but a rooster's a bird. Random. Rooster came to mind. It might be somebody's nickname if it's not their Rose. Somebody has a flower name. We're talking about rose, lily, violet, jasmine. You might be noticing a lot of spirit signs as well. You definitely have a lot of spiritual activity around you. There's a spirit in particular. Maybe your mom passed. Gemini. Your mother, your grandma. They're definitely around you. They're helping you get through something. Goodness, you got some spiritual gifts, Gemini or cross watcher. You're hating on somebody with spiritual gifts, or you are the one in possession of it. This is why they don't like you. Oh. Anyway, Gemini, let go of the old. You've been holding on to the old for the longest time. And it seems like some of the thoughts that you're having about something could become kind of toxic. The way that you're thinking about things, the fact that it's hard for you to let go. Love that you are different. I think a lot of people do love that you're different, Gemini. But then there's a lot of people that want to compete with you for that reason. For the simple fact that you're unique, Gemini or cross watcher. You might be going on a road trip, especially if something's been delayed. Gemini, you could be traveling someplace. Somebody could be coming to see you. Whatever this is that's going on in the background, Gemini, some of you are dealing with a Piscean. It may be time to change your focus. You might be hyper focused on something that's just really trivial. And it seems like somebody wants you to be fixated on that negative energy that's going on. They want you to be fixated on them for whatever reason. I don't know, Gemini. Just a lot of weird, odd things in the background in your reading. Aries Nation. Aries, this reading is general. Keep that in the back of your mind as you listen to this reading. Not all bits of the story may resonate with you. Take what genuinely resonates, Aries Nation, and leave the rest. Please don't make any rash decisions based off of a general reading. Now, if you would like a reading based off of your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading on my website, which happens to be AngelicaAscensionsTarot.com. Lastly, we're going to go over some topics, as always, Aries, that are heavy. I tend to be very straightforward. I don't tend to try to sugarcoat I try to say it with tact, but I don't sugarcoat. So if that is not your preference in a reader, here's your opportunity to click off. Otherwise, let's get into it. Let's see what's going on with the Aries Nation. Aries, some of you are dealing with an air sign or a Leo. This is Aries. Are you cusped by air? No, but Libra is your opposite. Some of you are dealing with a Libra. You're dealing with another cardinal sign, Libra, Aries, Capricorn, or a Cancerian could be relevant to you. Somebody in your energy, Aries Nation or cross watcher, is toxic. You might view them this way. Somebody could possibly view you this way. And for some of you, 9 times out of 10, it's a family member. You got some jealousy in the background, Aries or cross watcher. It could be you. It could be somebody else. What's going on with the Aries Nation? Somebody feels like you're the best. You're the best that they've dated, Aries or cross watcher. You're the best that they've ever had. That could even be the case in a sexual sense. Somebody might feel like you were the best. What's going on with the Aries Nation? Aries. I mentioned a Leo, right? What's going on? You're getting a lot of attention. You could definitely be doing something online. Aries, it looks like people they like what you do. They like what they see in you. Here's your Gemini. What's this Lovers about? Pretty sure it's going to come up again later in your reading. 8 of Swords. This has something to do with somebody that you're thinking about somebody. Or somebody's thinking about you, Aries. The Lovers comes right back out. Strength. Leo. Gemini and Leo are the star players in your reading. Oh, especially with work, you're getting a lot of opportunities. This is Aries. You got the Tower. You got Libra, Justice, Taurus, Hierophant. You got a Virgo Libra. Somebody could be a Virgo Libra cusp. Relationship, you got 2 of Cups as in reverse here. Somebody has somebody speaking to you in a very disrespectful tone. Either this is the history that you have with someone, Aries. Goodness, what's this person's problem? And somebody doesn't like you or you don't like them. What is this about? Oh. You talking to an elder like that? Okay. This is an interaction with an elder. So this could be your child. Your child could be a teenager possibly or whatever. There's a child that might feel, it doesn't have to be a child, Aries, but somebody might feel that you're being unfair or that you won't compromise. There's somebody in your situation that could be very critical, and somebody could be just hyper focused on what they feel is a flaw in somebody else. And this might cause somebody to kind of feel hurt, kind of go into their shell. And because maybe you might be triggering somebody, you could be saying something that might hit like a raw sore spot with someone, Aries. Somebody could possibly be responding back with a lot of negative words, or it's in their actions that you might have an issue with this person. Some of you, this is your kid. Maybe they really want your attention and they might be acting out. This could even be your partner. Maybe they feel like they don't get enough attention from you, Aries. somebody this week might feel very disrespected, and rather than addressing the fact that they feel disrespected, they might be starting an argument. So that might be where somebody is speaking to you in a disrespectful tone. Some of you are Pisces, Aries, or you are March. This reminds me of St. Patrick's Day, March. You're a March Aries, or you're a Aries Pisces cusp. Somebody is looking back. For some of you, it's not that this is happening in the moment. It's like somebody is looking back on a situation and they feel like, okay, I failed to set boundaries in that particular situation. So somebody might be angry with themselves for a while about this, about maybe how something happened or something was said in possibly with a lot of anger. Yeah. Somebody doesn't feel appreciated in this situation. Aries or cross watcher. Somebody, you might want to ask somebody how they feel or what's going on with them. They're offended. Somebody is offended by something that you're saying. That's what I mean. You feel disrespected, or somebody is offended by something that somebody is reacting to something that somebody is saying this week. Or this is just a past interaction with someone. Somebody's coming back around. You know, if there was ever a question mark in your brain about whether or not you should take somebody back, I can't tell you what to do. But for some of you, this is a romantic partner that's coming back. They may not have changed. For some of you, this is your baby's dad coming back, and they might be coming back with the same old song and dance. Maybe they're trying to reel you back in, but come in with the same old pattern. Something about someone has not changed. And for a majority of you, this is an elder fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Either this is fact or this is fiction that somebody made up in their head about you, Aries. Like, they might feel that somebody is not going to change. They feel like it's just not likely. Somebody is a smoker, by the way. And you got a Libra that shows up in your reading. You're making a decision this week, Aries, and you might have to make this decision with your mind rather than with your heart. Because it looks like something is in a state of transition, like you're having to let go of something. Something in your life is changing. I think something is changing in your work life and in your love life. When it comes to your work life, I mentioned you've got some sort of offer coming your way. This is a job offer. This is other opportunities. Let's see what this is about. This feels like somebody wants to work with you. And it looks like there's a lot of success with this. What's going on with work? With gosh, as soon as I ask what's going on at work, spirit guys want to throw out some other things. And I want to make sure that I get this out there, because sometimes I take up the cards and I'm like, oh, I didn't talk about this. I didn't talk about that. So we're going to talk about this real quick. Some of you, what's coming? Oh, God. Okay, well, this took over. Somebody going to jail. Somebody is going to jail. Is in jail. It would be for theft, possibly. Maybe it's child support. Somebody's not paying it. Is in jail. Is worried about jail. This could be consequences for somebody's actions. If somebody has stolen something from you, whether this is literal Aries, a cross watcher, or this is spiritually something that someone has taken something from you, consequences, it looks like, for somebody's actions. You got a contract that's ending. Some of you, you're leaving a contract. You're beginning a new one. Some of you, your neighbors are I want to say they're harassing you or they're just nosy, especially this week because of a legal situation. What's going on with Aries? Now, Aries, some of you, it's not going to resonate with you because it's not happening with you directly. It's happening with somebody around you. It might be something that you're seeing. It could be your neighbors that could be getting into it. What's this legal situation with Aries? Somebody's accusing a mother of something. They might be trying to lock up a mom. You might have some sort of discrimination happening in the situation. What's going on with... That just came out of left. No, it didn't. I saw it in the beginning, didn't I? I guess I didn't think anything of it, really. Aries, justice, and justice. This is somebody accusing someone, I feel, of something that they didn't do. For some of you, there was a crime committed. But it just seems like somebody's not being honest about something. This is why the Tower is here. What is this Tower about? What is this Tower? Okay, whatever this legal situation is about, it still seems like something is pending, or there's still like you feel uncertain but uneasy at the same time about something that may have happened, something that may have led to court, or where somebody might be facing jail time. You're breaking up from somebody possibly because of that. Then it seems like you're receiving negative attention from someone. I don't know. I'll get back to that, Aries. I'll just say that some of you do have a legal situation. Some of you, somebody's not going to really try hard for this relationship, and somebody may end up walking out on this. They're walking out on a situation that they feel absolutely fed up on. When it comes to you professionally, Aries, it's the power of the P. It's not what you think. I feel like this is poise, professionalism. You have a lot of potential for something, Aries. Yes. You've been waiting for something. Some of you Aries Nation or cross watchers, you might feel like you're the underdog in the industry that you work in. And now it seems like something that you've been waiting for has the potential to actually work out for you. So professionally, I feel that things are going well for you. But when it comes to a relationship, it just feels like somebody refuses to see what you bring to the table. Maybe you feel like that was the case with your former job or whatever. For some of you, somebody is fed up. They're tired of a particular situation because they're tired of somebody doing something inappropriate. Somebody's doing something completely inappropriate for somebody who's in a relationship. Maybe you talked to them about it before, Aries. It went in one ear, out the other. There's something that you're trying to say to somebody this week. They hear what you're saying. They just don't want to see where you're coming from. They hear you, but they refuse to see your side of the story. Here it is once again. So we're talking about it again. You have justice here twice. Somebody is facing jail time, is in jail, worried about a legal situation. You might be going to get some legal advice about something. Or that's the advice from Spirit, is to go find out what your rights are in a particular situation, because it seems like maybe you don't. Because there's something that you don't see about your particular situation. Some of you, you don't see that somebody's trying to put witchcraft on your relationship. That's not for everybody, but that's on somebody. You got a package, a letter. Come on. I don't know. I can't. So I don't think you might be worried about somebody that's in jail. I think this is you worried about this, though. You got a letter coming in for you, Aries or cross watcher. You got some money coming in. Okay, because it looks like you got a check coming in or something. You got some time. Maybe you're paying some bills. Yeah, you might be. But I think you also have some money coming in. Okay. You got some good news, especially when it comes to like finances and maybe even financing for something. Okay. Because it looks like you're looking for something online. Somebody around you is sick. Maybe not literally. This might be that you're worried, sick about something. But if you do need to get to the doctor, what are you waiting for? Come on, that comes right back out. Who is this though? Somebody has their eye on your money. Aries. This might be spiritual. Somebody might be trying to block you in some sort of way, shackle you to something. Okay. You definitely want to protect your energy. Just like with any week, Aries or cross watcher, you got a hater that's in your energy, or you, Aries, could be the one that is doing this to other. Whoever this is that's hating on you, it seems like they might be kind of recruiting other people to do the same thing. You possibly work online. That's what that looks like. What's going on with the Aries nation? Wow, the devil. Why is this here? What is going on? Oh, but you got the Ankh here. There's your I don't know if you have like a protective amulet. Aries, somebody passed away. You had the death card. You lost your mom for some of you. Protect your energy. This, even though somebody is maybe trying to create some sort of problem for you, it's not going to stand. Okay, because this possibly why the death card came out. Your spirit guides come to dead the situation. Like they're like, no, we're stopping this. So yeah, your spirit guides are putting a stop to something that's going on. You got a Scorpio, because no matter how many times I shuffle, I don't know if you lost several people. Several people have passed away. There's an Aquarius. There's a Gemini in your energy. There's a Lovers again. There's another Gemini. Only somebody sees you as the best, Aries. A cross watcher. There's a Leo. Seven of Swords again. Okay. Somebody is definitely getting caught. If somebody has taken something, spirit guides put a blockage to this. They put an end to this. Somebody has been trying to take something from you that was meant for you. This is why something that maybe you've been working so hard for, Aries or cross watcher, has been blocked for you, or you feel like there's just a ridiculous obstacle in front of you. This is your spirit guide saying, stay strong, Aries. It's time to clear your mind this week. But you really have some changes that are going on in your career and in your love life. Okay, I think for some of you, yeah, you might be leaving somebody behind. Some of you are in a third party situation. You might feel that somebody has chosen somebody else over you. And that's why this Seven of Swords is here. It seems like somebody might have been going behind your back and doing something. And this week, it seems like the truth is revealed over this situation. There's a Taurus, there's a Capricorn in your situation. Somebody's name could be Princess. Random, I know. Or their nickname could be, I don't know. Their nickname could be Princess or something like that. Okay, if there is a legal situation, there will be consequences. I think somebody knows this, Aries, and I think that's why they're worried about it. Come on, purify your surroundings. This is coming out because, like I mentioned, some of you, either you are well-versed in magic, but I mentioned to you, somebody is sending you this negative energy. You're having your car towed. You might need to pay something. Goodness. You might need to pay something, Aries. Maybe something's going on with your car. Maybe you might be getting your cards. Cards? Your car. Why am I saying cards? Your car towed. Maybe some of you do tarot. Yeah, there's a job interview that comes through. It looks like you get the job. You got some good news where you're getting the job, Aries or cross watcher. Something if something's going on, yeah, you might need to do a road opener, Aries or cross watcher. Anyway, you got 3 of Cups right here. You could be maybe reminiscing over some old times, maybe with friends, maybe over a few drinks, because it looks like some of you are drinking, or there's something that's going on in a parking lot. You might be spending a lot of time maybe thinking some things over, maybe getting some advice. You got a lot of different decisions ahead of you to make, Aries or cross watcher, but you might be backing away from someone to clear your mind for a while. Maybe somebody that you're married to, or somebody that you wanted to be in a relationship with. Some of you, Aries Nation or cross watcher, maybe you feel like you're not going to get married, or it's not in the cards for you. It is there if you want it to be. Because it's like, no, I don't, maybe you dislike relationships. I don't know. Maybe something has you feeling a bit jaded or a bit cynical right now about relationships. But it looks like there's something coming up for you. Somebody, be careful. Somebody's trying to pull the wool over your eyes about something. Aries, but it's not like you can be fooled anyway. Aries Nation or cross watcher. Tap into your intuition is definitely there for you. Whatever you're worried about by the end of the week, it seems like you might have more peace of mind or a clearer picture about whatever it was that was troubling you at the beginning of the week. Purify your surroundings. We talked about that because you got some negative energy. Some of you Aries Nation or cross watchers that's being sent to you. Or maybe it's just time to do some, we're not springtime, right? Maybe you're dealing with somebody who's in the springtime. I heard spring cleaning. We mentioned Pisces. We mentioned Aries, Taurus. You could be dealing with somebody with those signs. Or maybe something relevant may have happened to you during the spring season. Relationships, especially the romantic ones, seem a bit complicated, especially because something that was hidden comes out. You got a legal situation coming up. Aries, get some legal advice about something, and be careful about coaching children. Somebody's like trying to coach a child. I know, random. That's just my feeling. Somebody might be trying to coach a child to say something. The truth is going to be seen about that. Leo Nation. Leos, this reading is general. It may resonate with you if you happen to have Leo in your sun, moon, rising, or Venus dominant in your natal chart, or if you happen to be cross-watching for a Leo. Keep in mind, Leos, that this reading is general and not everything may apply directly to your situation. It's not a reading that's going to resonate to a T, though it might. But if it doesn't, take what resonates and leave the rest. Please don't make any rash decisions based on a general reading. But if you would instead like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading from me on my website, which is angelic-ascensions-tarot.com. You can find pricing and availability there. We're talking about Leos. Leos, it seems like you're moving on up. Some of you, maybe your last name could be Jefferson. Maybe you're watching a lot of reruns. I don't know. Maybe somebody is named after a president. No, presidents. You could live near a street that is named after a oh, that's what I'm hearing. Dead presidents. You're worried about money. You're concerned about money, financial situations. Since we're talking about that. Trying to think about maybe being the CEO of your company, your own company. Leos, what's going on with Leos? You might be spending time near the water, near the ocean. You could be traveling someplace or someone from an an ocean state, a coastal state could be relevant. You could be traveling out of the country. You could be traveling overseas, Leo, or cross watcher. So you could be mixed race, Leo. There's an issue. There's some sort of dilemma that's in front of you this week. It might be kind of hard to maybe level with someone or come up with a solution to a particular problem that's just kind of in your face this week, Leo. Maybe somebody is literally like in your face. You might be giving somebody some pushback because it looks like you're asserting your boundaries this week, Leo. If you're not, I can't imagine Leo being a pushover, but if not, you might have to make a clear boundary with somebody because it looks like somebody is trying to push you around, Leo, or somebody might feel that that is you. It's hard to trust, Leo. I don't know if that's just you on an everyday basis. That might be where the issue is in a relationship, is whether or not you can really trust someone. Somebody's name could be Faith. It might be time to look out for your physical health. It feels like you feel drained. You might be having some body image issues. Maybe you're trying to slim down, Leo. There's definitely something going on with family. It seems like that's where the tension is. Because it looks like you're having tension with someone. As soon as I part the deck, 7 of Swords, you might be having tension with a Virgo. Virgo, Taurus. Why am I saying Virgo, Taurus, or cross watcher? Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. There's definitely a Capricorn. So I left Capricorn. Maybe there's a Capricorn that does feel out. The highlighted energy is an earth sign. You might have earth in your chart. You're dealing with somebody that has earth in their chart. They're like there's a Libra. There's like a Virgo Libra. You got balance. To me, that's Libra is Sagittarius. Maybe you had a difficult relationship with someone. For some of you in particular, it's an earth sign. That's what they keep telling me. This could be earth sign sun. It could be earth moon, earth rising, earth Venus. But that's like a repeated thing. Maybe a lot of your exes are earth signs. You have a lot of earth sign family members. One of these is a romantic relationship for some of you, Leos. You got a water sign, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. Somebody's coming back. You might not want this person to be around you like that, Leo. It's a family member. You're moving away from somebody, or somebody did. There's an air sign once again. This is an air earth cusp. Air earth. This is like Gemini, Taurus, Libra, Virgo. It's another air sign. Who am I missing? Aquarius, Capricorn. Yeah. You might feel deserted by someone, or somebody feels like you just do not want to interact with them at all, Leo. It has been difficult. You've had many difficult cycles. It's like a pattern of something that keeps happening in your situation. Somebody just keeps doing something that is annoying. Some of you keep getting into rebound situations. Or this is somebody doing this about you. When things got kind of difficult, maybe they bounced around to somebody else. Maybe the person they bounced around to was an earth sign. But I think maybe somebody is afraid of losing you, or they already have, Leo. This person could be very materialistic. And I think that somebody is curious about you. They're thinking about you. They might even be looking online, having to do with you. I think somebody is wondering if you're happy with the choice that you made, or vice versa. And I think somebody is feeling shattered over the situation. So maybe you're not talking to someone. Maybe there's somebody that's just kind of fixated on things that have happened. It seems like it's the way that things have happened. And I think I see what may have happened. I think somebody wants clarity. They want the truth. There is somebody that would like to rekindle things. For some of you, it's a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Somebody feels like the two of you have had a lot of obstacles in the relationship, but somebody feels, I don't know if you can see it here, but that says fate. Somebody feels like it was fated to meet you, or that you are their soulmate, that they have a soul contract with you, Leo. Maybe the two of you fight like cats and dogs, but I think the two of you love one another. But for some of you, the fighting had something to do with somebody else. Somebody may have left to be with this other person, and it just seems like somebody is coming back. You might feel like it's hard for you to trust this person, Leo, because there's definitely somebody that might know that somebody's in a relationship, yet they want what you have. It could be an addiction that may have led to some heartbreak with this situation. Somebody is a bit nervous to take a chance on maybe saying something to you because somebody sees you, Leo or cross watcher, as somebody that is full of resentment toward them. Somebody's life is not as together as it seems. Somebody could be painting this picture for you, or this is somebody doing this online, making it seem like their life is so perfect, but really it just seems like someone feels so broken right now. They're nervous to take this chance, Leo. But where are we right now? By the end of the month, going into next month, where are we right now? We're in June. So sometime at the end of June, maybe over the next 4, 5, 6 weeks, somebody could possibly be coming in to have this conversation with you. Maybe they feel like maybe not right now is not the right time. This is your kid for some of you. You might be doing some painting to your house, Leo, some touch-ups, some, what am I trying to say? Like home improvements, redecorating, something having to do with a key. You got keys here. Did you lose a key? You might be finding a key. Somebody's worried about homelessness. I don't know if somebody's getting put out of their house. Somebody's life is not as together as it seems. It's not. Somebody's going through something. So if you haven't heard from someone in a while, Leo, it could be for that reason, that they're just really going through something. You got a lot of greed in the background. You got some snakes. And I think somebody watches a lot of porn, Leo. This could be a child, teenager. What is it about an earth sign? This is Leo. You're Virgo, Leo, possibly. You're definitely dealing with a Taurus. You're dealing with a fixed sign. Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, or Aquarius. But you have a Pisces here. Somebody needs your help. Somebody could possibly be coming to you this week, Leo, to ask you for your help, or somebody might be in need of your help. Somebody. Leo, what's going on with your hormone levels? It seems like your weight is fluctuating a lot. Oh, you had a lot of pain in your body. Yeah. See, let's look at it. Because something is going on with your physical health. I said it's your body image. Maybe you're just not feeling that great about yourself this week, Leo. You might be feeling very self-conscious. Now, the issues, the things that you might see as flaws, Leo, other people may not see these little minor things as flaws, but you might be kind of like overly fixated on these things. What's going on with Leo? So it might be time for an x-ray. For some of you Leos, maybe it's time for a pelvic exam. The x-ray could be a dental x-ray because it looks like it's time to, like, maybe you're getting your teeth whitened, teeth straightened, you're getting some pulled, you're getting some veneers. Somebody could be getting braces. Somebody needs some teeth pulled. It seems like it's a child. Maybe there's a child that's losing their teeth. Or maybe you as an adult, Leo, you're losing your teeth. Somebody has alcohol issues. I think you are trying to lose weight, Leo. You or somebody around you. What's going on with this heart? I feel like you got something going on with that. Like somebody has, but this would have been an ongoing thing. Like maybe somebody has had surgery on their heart. This is like a stent, a heart stent. But I specifically hear heart arrhythmia. But there's definitely something going on with hormones. Butterflies, there are a few of these in your reading that reminds me of butterfly masks. Some of you could be, somebody has lupus. Butterfly is also here in the throat. Thyroid. Somebody might have an issue with thyroid. Maybe that's why, you don't know. Some of you Leos, that's the issue, is weight fluctuations, weight gain. You might need to get your labs drawn to really see what the root of the issue is. You got some really piercing headaches. Okay, a cross watcher. If it's not you, then it's definitely an elder that's in your reading. You're getting advice from an elder this week, or there is an elder that passed on that is now an ancestor of yours that's passing on some sort of knowledge to you, giving you advice, sending you some type of warning, or warning. What am I trying to say? Sending you a wake-up call about something. It's not necessarily about your health, but it's about something or someone that's in your energy. Maybe it's time to cut somebody off. But you're having a lot of back pain. And maybe it might be time to get your blood, if in particular, your blood checked. You could be anemic. You could have some issues with diabetes. So I'm specifically hearing AccuCheck. I don't know what that's about. You might have a connection with the moon, coagulation. Somebody might have an issue definitely with the heart, but this feels like this is like a blood clot factor. Blood clots. You might be having some issues with your cycle. Sorry. That might be too graphic, Leo. Somebody's name could be Autumn. Somebody smokes. That might be the issue going on with lungs, and that might be the heart connection there. Is that? It might be, I promise you. I'm not trying to criticize whatever you're doing, Leo. If you smoke, just know that the reading is recommending that you find balance with that. Or maybe it's time to cut back, or just cut that off, okay? Because there's something that you're cutting off. Somebody this week is lost. There might be a lot of bugs around you, Leo, especially flying ones. Somebody's very confused. They're struggling with something in their life. Struggling with an addiction, struggling to find clarity in their life. I promise you somebody's lost. There's a lost soul in your situation. And it's possibly an air sign, Aquarius, Libra, or Gemini. You might be talking to this person, talking face to face with someone. Be mindful of somebody's energy. It's not saying be paranoid, Leo, or cross watcher, but I definitely feel like somebody's trying to cross you. And it's interesting that they had me say cross you. I think something is going on spiritually. Normally give magic advice, but you might want to do an uncrossing. Somebody has tried to jinx you, give you some sort of bad luck or some sort of bad juju your way, and to impact your money. Leo. Why? Let's see real quick. You got some muscle aches, Leo, especially your back. Because you got some body pain, you got some numbness going on. What I mean is it's like a circulation issue. Okay, so there's some BS and shenanigans in the background for you too. For some of you, the hater is somebody you live around. For some of you, it's somebody that you work with. Somebody is hating on you because they have low self-esteem. And it could be another Leo doing this to you. Or posting things about you to get a reaction from you. Random Leo. I know it's going to sound so random, but I've been getting this for the longest. Somebody could be taking pictures of you without your consent. Videotaping you without your consent. This sort of thing. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Leo Nation. What's going on with the Leos? Have fun. Stop. When was the last time you had fun? When was the last time you took a chance and did something silly, something totally unlike you? something just for the joy of it. It's long overdue for you to let go of your analytical mind and give yourself, your soul permission to have some fun. That's what I mean. Whatever this is that you're struggling with, your guys are saying, take a break from that. You may not find the solution in this state of mind with whatever this is that's bothering you, Leo. They're saying, find balance in your life. Have fun. There could be children that might be kind of pulling on your attention, whether or not they're your children, or this is your inner child saying, hey, let's go do something fun. If this is a child, they want you to be proud of them. Or this is your inner child that wants somebody to tell them that they're proud of them. Be careful about people pleasing or worrying too much about what other people think, Leo. That's what that feels like to me. Like you care too much about what a particular person is thinking about you. Synchronicity. You might be seeing a lot of repeated synchronicities, a lot of repeated numbers, coincidences, songs or things that kind of point you back to somebody that passed. Or some synchronicities could be leading you to an answer that your spirit guides are trying to give you about something that is just really confusing. You're looking for a sign, it shows up for you this week, Leo. Just because something is delayed does not mean that it is not happening for you, or that you're not going to get a breakthrough. You or your family are not going to get a breakthrough in this area. It doesn't mean that. It just means like something is delayed. Some of you, it's delayed because it's not time yet. And that's what the synchronicity is trying to show you. That's what your spirit guides are trying to show you, that maybe there's something ahead that might need to take place before you get the breakthrough that you're looking for. But others of you, there's a breakthrough or things that are blocked because someone has tried to block something for you. Do not allow this to make you go directly into worrying about things. It looks like things are going to work out the way that they are meant to, and that you do have breakthroughs coming through in spite of the fact that maybe someone is trying to block you. You might be watching somebody this week, Leo Nation, or cross watcher, get their karma. It might be playing out right in front of your eyes, and you might be kind of entertained by it. Sag Nation, this is a general reading. Certain things may resonate with you, Sagittarius, and there might be certain things in the reading that do not. Please don't make rash decisions based on a general reading. Now, if you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, Sagittarius, you can always reach out to me for a reading. Otherwise, let's get into it, Sagittarius. You already know. Sagittarius, I don't think you would be watching me if you didn't know. I mean, you could be new, but you already know how this goes. I tend to be very blunt, very straight to the point, and I tend to not sugarcoat, but I try to say things with tact as much as possible. Let's see, Sagittarius. Let's see what's going on. You got an alcoholic in your situation, but this isn't like an alcoholic. This is somebody that's inebriated, or somebody that's just taking some drinking really overboard this week. So maybe you might be seeing that. Maybe you might be concerned about somebody's alcohol consumption. You might be concerned about what it might be doing to someone's health, Sagittarius or cross watcher. Mental health feels like that's also an issue for Sag Nation. You might be noticing a lot of bugs around you, Sagittarius. You got a Virgo that's in your energy. You could be making communication with the Virgo. This is definitely the week, Sagittarius, to get rooted, to ground your energy. Maybe you might be spending some time by yourself, and then as you're spending time by yourself, there might be a particular air sign that could be coming into your energy. Somebody could possibly be a Virgo, Libra. Seems like you're concerned about money. You might be concerned about a key in particular. There's Gemini that's in your energy. You are dealing with someone, Sagittarius. You got 7 of Swords next to the Lovers. We're going to see why that's the case in a minute. What's really going on with this air sign? Oh, somebody might be thinking that the grass is greener. This already happened. Some of you, it's happening already. I mean, it's happening this week is what I'm trying to say. Sagittarius, somebody's heart is broken because of what somebody is doing behind their back. But like I said, I think you would already know about this. This feels like this is already out in the open. You might be fighting with someone because of something that you find out about or you already have. And be careful that things don't become violent, Sagittarius. Okay? Because it looks like somebody is saying something that really hurts you. Or it's what they've done. What have they done? Okay, you're in a relationship with somebody, trust and believe. Some of you Sagittarians, somebody is not trying to be serious. Somebody is manipulating you, manipulating the situation. And there's something that you might find out about this week that might hurt. And it might be something that ends up impacting your self-confidence. This doesn't have anything to do with you, Sagittarius. What I mean by this is if there is a rejection here or there's somebody that's cheating, you might try to feel like, okay, is it me? Is it something about me? It feels like this feels like this has something to do with baggage that this person came into the relationship with. And it doesn't have anything to, they're not cheating because of something that you feel that you lack. Because of this, their own personal choice. But for some of you Sagittarians, something that you might find out about, a secret relationship or whatever, something that somebody is doing behind your back, it may hurt. Somebody might be very boastful. You could be dealing with somebody with a lot of ego, somebody that you might feel is superficial. Sagittarius, a crosswatch, superficial, judgmental. Here is a Leo that's in your reading. Fire signs are dominating your reading. You got every single fire sign. You got Aries, Sagittarius, and Leo. So some of you are for sure dealing with, this is a fire sign on fire sign relationship. Somebody trying to talk to you, Sagittarius. Okay, somebody's going to go the route of playing games. People might be mentioning you this week and they're not going to react. Why? Because they're playing. This might be an actor. Maybe they act in real life. Well, obviously they do. But maybe by trade, by profession. Okay, I say that they're acting because somebody feels you even though you're apart. You're not around them, but they're going to play games and act like, you know what, I don't care about Sagittarius. But really, it looks like somebody's heartbroken over the fact that maybe you've decided you don't want anything to do with them, or you put up a boundary, Sagittarius. Patience, Sagittarius, a crosswatcher. Somebody does come back around. Somebody wants to be a part of your life, or they want to be a part of the lives of life or lives of goodness. They want to be around somebody that you're around, somebody that you're connected to. This could be children, this could be family members. I don't know, Sagittarius, if this is an apology or not. Somebody needs help though. Let's see. Like somebody's apologizing to you or your family. Somebody wants to start over again. It's an Aries. I don't know. Somebody feels very uncomfortable. Well, on the flip side of things, Sagittarius, your money's looking great. Relationships might be a little bit complicated. It's because of somebody's integrity. Somebody you might feel they lack integrity. This could even be at work. You could be going someplace. There could be some travels that are coming up for you, or somebody else could be traveling to you. Some of you could be part of the LGBTQ community. You're focused on yourself, Sagittarius, a crosswatcher, or this is guidance from your guides to rather maybe kind of obsess about relationships and obsess about people that want to play games. Rather than doing that, your guys are saying maybe spend some time with yourself. with yourself on yourself, because it definitely feels like you've got a lot of healing to do and a lot of baggage, Sagittarius, that could be results of this relationship. But it could be over some other things, but it definitely feels like this relationship, romantic or platonic, may have added to some baggage, because some of this seems fresh. Somebody definitely feels guilty over something that they said or they did, whether or not they admit it. But their conscience is maybe trying to tell them to come and clear something up with you, especially if this is a Scorpio. Something going on with your solar plexus. Follow your gut feeling about something. You might have a gut feeling about something, Sagittarius. Somebody around you might have a certified mental health issue. Somebody might, yeah. Your inner child, I promise you, it's really tapping on your shoulder. Your inner child is going out of its way to grab your attention, Sagittarius. This is either your inner child or this is a child. What's going on with Sag? Let's see what's going on with you. Oh, we talked about your money. Your money seems great. Some of you Sagittarians, you might be going to get, no, I'm hearing IVF. You have some issue with fertility. You could be freezing your eggs. You could be getting your cholesterol checked. There's an Aquarius. Got an earth sign that's coming into your reading. Okay. Money, Sagittarius, it looks like it's coming in. If you are not receiving this money this week, you may be receiving it next week. Especially when it comes to matters of business, it seems like you could be having career opportunities opening up for you. This could be a job interview. And it looks like it goes well. If this is a relationship, somebody comes back to talk to you, somebody's being very cautious about how they approach you. Like they're kind of walking on eggshells. This might not be an easy conversation, Sag. There's something else that I'm seeing here and I'm trying to figure out because my mind keeps moving. I'm going to just put it that way. Somebody's isolated from you. They don't really want to be away from you. Sagittarius, you might be making a decision about a move. Somebody could be relocating. They could be coming to you. You could be relocating to them. You might have some discomfort in your body, Sagittarius. You might be getting that looked into, especially if you've been prolonging it or you've been trying to avoid it. You might be decluttering around you too. You might have a lot of things that maybe it's time to do away with. Some things you've been holding on to. If it's not physically, then it's definitely in your environment. You could be rethinking your relationships. Your friendships, your relationships too, I suppose. Because there might be some people that you might be cutting off. Sagittarius. Or spending less time with. At work, you might find yourself complaining about certain people that you're around. And with some of you, your guys are saying it's time to take a chance on something that you're guided to do. Something, Sagittarius, that's in your life, you've held on to it because it was comfortable, it was familiar. Now your guides are saying, Sagittarius, it's time to let go. It's time to let something new in your life. Some of you, you're pregnant. You could be entering the end of your pregnancy. Or for some of you, this is confirmation that you want a pregnancy and this pregnancy is coming in. For others of you, I feel that somebody had a baby on you, Sagittarius. And this is something that has devastated you. Advice for this, anything else, Holy Spirit, for Sag Nation? Yeah, what is the advice, Holy Spirit, for Sag? Be still. There's something that you're waiting for, Sagittarius. Your guys are saying, be still. Things are going to balance out the way that they need to. But something that's going on in your life. There's a relationship that has really hurt you, Sagittarius. You guys are saying that situation was there to be a teacher. Now you guys are saying let go and move forward. Now that you've seen the lesson about something, it's time to let go. Somebody's integrity, for sure. That could be what people admire about you. Sagittarius, that could be something that makes you stand out, is your integrity. But I think for some of you, somebody's integrity this week is a question mark. Listen to your gut feeling, as I mentioned earlier. This reading may resonate with you if you happen to have a Cancer in your Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus dominant in your natal chart. You're cross-watching for a Cancerian. Reminds Cancer that this reading is general and that not everything mentioned in this reading may apply to your situation. Take what resonates, Cancer Nation, leave the rest. Please do not make any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you make rash decisions, Angelic Ascensions is not responsible for your choices. If you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Of course, you already know, Cancer Nation, that we're going to go over some delicate topics. We always do. If you're not in the headspace to hear about these topics, hey, my feelings won't be hurt if you decide to not join me for this one. But those of you who are ready, let's get into it. Let's see what's going on for you, for the Cancer Nation. You got a King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. I think I got that for Libra, who was highlighted in your reading as a King of Pentacles. Got some heartburn, indigestion. Come on. As soon as I part the deck and shuffle Three of Swords, you may be dealing with a Sagittarius. Sag had that same exact Three of Swords with the bleeding. You might have a blood disorder, Cancer, anemia possibly. Some of you Cancers, your cycle might be beginning this week. Somebody may have, am I trying to say, this is like an abortion, a miscarriage. Somebody's still hurting over that. You might find love in the most mysterious place this week. What is that? That's so weird how that's playing in my head. Rihanna, a song that's, I don't even like that song, so I know it's got to be for you. It's not just like I'm thinking about the song. It's just that it's coming in. It's a channeled message. It's a song that says, we found love in a hopeless place. So this could be a codependent type of relationship. There could be some sort of addiction involved in that situation. You got the Nine of Cups. Okay. Some of you, you got a secondary person that comes into your energy. Let's see what this is. This is Cancer. What's going on with you and this person? For some of you, somebody has a decision to make between two different people, possibly an earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn, and a fire sign, an Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Some of you, this is a friend of yours that maybe you haven't seen in a while. You might be coming in contact with them, but definitely if this is a love relationship, somebody's caught and they might need to make a decision. You're going to stick around for this, Cancer. I think this already happened. I think this is something that you already know about it. You already know the person that you're dealing. I don't have to tell you that. You already know the person you're dealing with isn't faithful. Somebody will cheat with whoever they... Let me censor myself. Somebody might cheat with whoever they feel they have an opportunity to cheat with. This is somebody that's just like all over the place. Cancer, a cross watcher. Three of Swords comes out once again. For you, this feels like this is your heartbreak. This is you looking back on a situation and realizing, you know what, if I knew now what I knew then, I wouldn't have gotten into certain situations with certain people that you might feel were obviously careless with your heart. Some of you Cancerians, it's hard for you to leave someone behind or let someone go. And if it's not that you're letting someone go, then it's the pain connected to something that someone did. You might be feeling bad about something, Cancer or cross watcher, hurt about something, betrayed, and it definitely feels like you're recovering from this wound. Some of you, this wound was imposed by a family member in your upbringing. This could have been a parent of yours, your mom. Maybe you have mom issues as a result of something that may have happened early on in your lifehood, in your childhood. Shadow self. So this definitely feels like this is a week to maybe take a break from relationships, the romantic ones anyway. But it seems like you're putting a lot more stock in yourself. You're looking at whatever you feel is an issue for you. And now it seems like as a result of something that may have happened, you're not somebody that is easily fooled. And it seems like you can spot somebody that you might need to avoid as a result of something that you've been through. You're a good judge of character. You already kind of know how to gauge certain people, or this is your guide saying, yeah, maybe you spend some time working on yourself. But it definitely feels like some of you Cancerians, you're moving on from something. You're looking forward to some better times that are ahead. For some of you Cancerians, you've done the work, and it definitely feels like love is arriving for you, and you're able to dodge somebody that's coming into your energy that is not worth your time. Because you got somebody that's a time waster coming into your energy. And I definitely feel like you see it. You already see what this person is about. Or this is you kind of maybe meeting somebody new and feeling like, okay, it's a no. Because somebody that you're dealing with or could be coming across this week, somebody likes to date a lot of people. They don't just like to date them. I'm trying to give you the PG rated version of this, but they like to, they get around. They might sleep with a lot of different people. Cancer, they're not somebody who's ready to settle down. Whoever this is. Some of you, you're making that discovery about this person this week, but others of you, you already know and you're avoiding this person. Somebody is coming to you. They're just looking for a sex-only relationship. Not even a relationship. This is like a pseudo relationship. They're not looking to be the person that you deserve. So this is why you guys are saying you've been settling for less than you deserved for the longest time, Cancers. Maybe it's time to kind of slow down and really work on you. But yeah, you're definitely cutting somebody off. It's hard to cut somebody off. You might be kind of emotional about it this week, Cancer or cross watcher. But yeah, somebody's taking advantage of you in some sort of way, and it seems like you're putting an end to that mess. What else is coming in for Cancers? You're moving, you're putting somebody out, or maybe it's just time some of you are in a relationship with someone. They're trying to maybe pretend like they're taking things to the next level. Somebody could be giving somebody a ring this week. There could be a proposal, Cancer or cross watcher, and this is not what it appears to be. This is not a real commitment. Somebody's giving somebody a ring. It's a shut up ring. They want somebody to stop badgering them about a commitment, and they're just going to give them some sort of token of affection, make it seem like that's what it is, but they really don't want to commit. Whoever this is, Cancer. This is not the case for all Cancerians, so, keep that in mind. This is not everybody's story, but for some of you Cancerians, you already know. For some of you, somebody acting a fool this week, Cancer. And somebody might need some time to come to their senses. And they might be approaching you, but not right now. Possibly not even this week, Cancer. Whoever this is. It could be a Taurus. You got Taurus and Scorpio that show up. You got your own energy here, Cancer. This feels like this is your heartbreak. Well, you have Queen of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn, Queen of Wands, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. You could have a visit from someone, not yet for some of you. This isn't happening yet. This person may not come to you over this next 7 days, but you got an upcoming situation where maybe things could be talked about, especially if this is a family member. Listen up for your spirit guides, Cancer, because it definitely feels like they're trying to send you a message. The message is to trust yourself, trust your own intuition. You don't have to look outside of yourself for the answer. Trust your gut feeling about things. You got some traveling coming up for you. You got some new doors opening up for you professionally, some new opportunities that could be coming through. And you could be deciding whether or not you want to take one opportunity over the other as far as a professional endeavor is concerned. It could even be about a house. You could be house hunting and you could be deciding, okay, do I want to move here or do I want to move there? Be careful about honesty. Somebody's birthday is this week. You're dealing with Gemini. So I see birthday candles. Your kid could be having a birthday. You might have a Gemini child, Gemini nephew, Gemini niece. You get what I mean? Your financial situation, if it's been a challenge, and I think for a lot of you it has, there's some improvement. Somebody does not want to see you win, though. Don't your Gemini Cancer. Or this is a Gemini doing this to you. You got some anxiety. You're in a time crunch, it seems like, Cancer. You could be taking some medication. It just seems like you're worried about time. Like you might feel that time is running out. Be mindful of driving. Be mindful that you're not a distracted driver, Cancer. It could be a fender bender around you. But you definitely have a legal situation. Some of you Cancerians, what's going on with the legal situation? It feels like if there's money owed, somebody's sitting there with their hand out like they're like, Cancer, pay me. It could be something to do with insurance. There's definitely light at the end of the tunnel with something that you're dealing with. You got the 9 of Cups out here. So something really has the potential to turn around. What's going on with you're going someplace, okay? You got some traveling coming up. You could be traveling by car. What's going on with this legal situation? Seems like the time crunch has something to do with the fact that maybe you're late for work. You might need to go to the gas station, Cancer, or cross watcher, charge your car or whatever before you leave, because that's what could have you in a time crunch. Somebody did get into an accident. It doesn't have to be you. You could have witnessed this accident, or you could be witnessing this accident. Okay. You could possibly be going to get some coffee, some tea, maybe some pastries, or maybe this is just some nosy people around you that want to know the tea about you Cancerians, because that's what that looks like to me. Yeah, you're definitely going to court. For some of you, this has something the involvement has something to do with a child's school. You could be concerned about a child's school. Somebody coming to look for you. Somebody could be coming to your door, Cancer, or cross watcher. Somebody's looking for someone, by the way. Somebody may have passed, Cancer, or cross watcher. This could be the anniversary of somebody's passing. What are you worried about, though? You're worried about this legal situation. Somebody's worried about something catching up to them, or something being found out. See, that's the thing with the tea. You're getting into it with somebody. There's some sort of witness to something, okay? Somebody's watching. Somebody wants to know the tea about something. Somebody's ratting somebody out. Unless you have some sort of vermin issue, somebody's ratting somebody out. Somebody might be concerned that somebody's going to rat them out about something, or expose them in some sort of way, expose their personal information. It's like somebody has receipts. Somebody's looking for something like a paper trail. Somebody's leaving a paper trail in some sort of way. This has something to do with a court situation. You might need some court documents. You might need to keep your paperwork in order. Cancer, your paperwork is going to be significant. You're going to need it for something that you're dealing with, something that could be coming up, especially if this has something to do with the roof over your head. Could be eating out a lot, possibly this week, Cancers. This might not be the week to do it because it looks like your pockets might be an issue and you might have a financial matter that you might need to take care of. It seems like it's pending, something that you might need to pay, especially if it has something to do with your home or a feeling of comfort, your personal space. Somebody could possibly be trying to invade that, but especially when it comes to your house, your living situation. I don't get it. Did somebody pass? Maybe that's why you're going to court. Okay. There's a property that it seems like you're concerned about. This is a sale of a home. Some of you could be getting some sort of news about this or whatnot. Or there could be a contract here having to do with a house. You could be renegotiating a contract having to do with a legal situation. Some of you, you're selling your house. Somebody could be putting an offer on this property. You got some money coming in that might give you an opportunity to pay off some things, pay some bills, pay off some debts. You might have some money coming in. Cancer. Some of you dealing with a Leo, or you have Leo. You're a Leo Cancer. You got some money coming in, but you also have some bills that maybe you didn't foresee coming in. That might help, kind of cover some things for right now, because it seems like you got some bills that you're kind of pressed about right here. There's just a lot of pressure on you. Unconditional love. I feel like this is towards yourself. I think you could be very harsh when it comes to yourself. Cancer. I think you're going through an awakening. For some of you Cancerians, you have a gift that's really coming alive within you. And you definitely have a Scorpio that's around you. For some of you, Sun, Moon, or Rising that you're making a connection with. But I definitely feel like for some of you this week, you're taking some time away from someone, possibly for a period of time, or you already have. And that might be that, I don't know, it might take a while for this person to come back around, but it definitely feels like there's somebody that is coming back around. Take care of the tires on your vehicle. Oh, I'm hearing the wheels on the bus go round and round. Some of you could be taking public transportation. Maybe you have toddlers or whatever. Maybe something to do with nursery rhymes. Maybe some of you are preparing for school for your children. Or somebody might be taking summer classes, but something here having to do with a child and their schooling could be relevant. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Cancer Nation. Hopefully it's not like a, never mind, I'm not going to say it. Oh. Advice for Cancers. Stay connected. Some of you are obviously dealing with an Aquarius. This was the advice card for Aquarius, to stay connected to Source. Stay connected to your higher self. If you do not believe in God, Source, the universe, it's all the same. If you hear me saying those words, God, Source, Spirit, higher self, they're all interchangeable if there's any confusion about it. But you're staying connected. Maybe there's somebody that wants you to stay in touch with them. This could also be you staying connected. Maybe you have a very strong connection with someone that even though they passed away, you're still connected to this person. There's still a very strong connection with them. Come on. That's exactly the case. You had somebody that passed on, they're letting you know that you're not alone, especially with something that might be kind of difficult that you're dealing with. Especially if this has something to do with sobriety and getting sober. Anyway, they're letting you know that you're not alone with something that you're dealing with this week. Some of you are master number as far as it comes to your life path number. Your life path number 11, 22, or 33. You're seeing a lot of repeating numbers this week. Pisces, this is a general reading. automatically means that not every single thing that's mentioned in this reading may apply to you. Make what resonates for you and leave the rest. Please don't make any rash decisions based on general readings. Pisces, if you would like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can, of course, book a reading on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Holy Spirit, what's going on with the Pisces? Somebody's intentions. Either there's someone coming to you, Pisces, and you might be questioning this person's intentions, or somebody's questioning yours. With something that's coming up in your energy this week, Pisces, your guides are saying it's time to be clear. It's time to be decisive. If there's something that you really want, your guides are saying make this request of the universe. Ask the universe for what it is that you want. Pisces, something's going to require you to go into the unknown. You're going to have faith with something that's coming up. Because you might not be able to foresee everything that's getting ready to happen, but it is time to move forward with something that you're dealing with. Like you're not going to have any choice but to kind of like go through something. Definitely use discernment with somebody that's around you, and definitely be mindful of your anger. Safely express your anger. Use anger as a positive force. Honor all your emotions as sacred. Maybe that's just something that you feel that you're working towards, just some anger management. I don't know if you're angry at something, someone. Let's look and see what might be going on for you. Pisces, and it might be a circumstance. You're definitely about to receive some blessings. Your guys are saying stay open even if you've had some challenges. It doesn't mean that there's not something that's coming in to help you, or that help is not on the way, Pisces, because it definitely feels like there is. It feels like you're annoyed by someone, possibly a fire sign in Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Maybe it's your mom that you're annoyed by, your baby's mom, your wife, your husband, whoever this is. But you cut somebody off. If you did, somebody's angry. They're upset that you cut them off and that you won't talk to them. You might be cutting someone off this week, Pisces, because you feel undervalued, or you just did in the past. Maybe you're very artistic. Maybe you, somebody draws, paints, be a lot of graffiti. What's going on with Pisces? Somebody's coming back, Pisces. Somebody's thinking about you heavily this week. Except you don't trust this person. Some of you Pisceans, you're leaving a violent relationship. Somebody's putting their hands on you. Or if this is not you leaving, then it seems like something is causing you to be forced to leave somebody. Leave some sort of situation. You're being deceived, betrayed, possibly by a friend. Some of you. Or something is going on with your faith. Like you're in some sort of religious group or whatever. You might feel betrayed by these people, whomever this happens to be. Anyway, when it comes to love or romance situations, nah, I don't think there's just something about this that's not it. Like it's just not the right time, or it's not the right person. You're being abused in some sort of way. This could be even a child. Somebody is being abused by someone who is an addict, functioning addict, I guess. Somebody could be functioning, but I mean, it's obvious that somebody is addicted to something. You got an injury. I hope this isn't because somebody's putting their hands on you, Pisces. Some of you have a child with this person, or you got a child on the way, or some of you could become pregnant by this person. You got 7 of Swords. What is this about? Some of you, the person from your past, or the person that could be coming in as a fire sign in Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. This person is a cheater. This person could be the father of your child, like I mentioned, or this is your father. You might have a strained relationship with your father. You might feel mistreated by someone. Somebody is going through something. You've been going through something for the longest time, Pisces, or this is a child that has, goodness, I don't like to say learning disability, but I'm not sure how else to say this. They learn different from others. You might be having a test, an exam. Summertime. I don't know. It's a kid that might need an evaluation when it comes to their ability, the way that they learn. Something is either being misdiagnosed, is being overlooked. And this is a kid that's struggling, like with their education. You got some money coming in this week, Pisces. Some of you, it could be child support. Some of you, there could be an opportunity that comes in. There's definitely communication coming in for you, possibly from a fixed sign, a Sagittarius, a Leo. How am I saying Sagittarius? I guess it would be a Sagittarius, but a fixed sign would be Leo, Taurus, Scorpio, or Aquarius. So you could be getting a part-time job, but there's definitely some help coming in for you, especially from a Queen of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. You got the Star. This could be an Aquarius. You could be getting some advice from an Aquarius. You got a Virgo. Virgo is right next to Leo. Some of you could be on the Virgo-Leo cusp. It's my saying, yes, Virgo, Leo, but I mean to say Virgo, Libra. You have Justice and the Hermit. You're ignoring somebody. You might not talk this week, or you haven't been talking to them. Things could be turning around coming up over the next maybe 10 weeks, the next couple of months. Something could possibly be, nah, this feels like it's sooner than that. Some of you, it might be prolonged. Like this might be over the next 7 days that you might talk. Some of you will talk to this person over the next 7 days. Very likely. They'll be trying to get in touch with you. For some of you, it's time to talk to your kid because they're going through something. This is Pisces. What is the Seven of Swords about? Some of you are worried about homelessness. Seven of Swords. Okay. There's a court situation for some of you Pisceans. This court situation may involve a child. There's whatever this situation is around, there is gossip. There are people that might be gossiping about something, and it might have you kind of heated. You might be kind of irritated to maybe hear other things that somebody is talking about. What's going on legally for you're going to court for something. You are going to court for something. Maybe you might need to get your taxes done. You might be behind in your taxes. There might be something that you need to pay. Come on, somebody's coming to your door. What's going on with court? Somebody's trying to lock something up. For some of you, there's a balance that's owed. You might need to pay something out, pay something off. You have a smoker that's coming around you, or you are the smoker, Pisces. Something's going on online. What's going on with court? You're paranoid over some sort of court battle, court situation. You're waiting for a decision to be made. You're waiting for something to be decided. For some of you, this might have something to do with paternity. I promise you somebody's pregnant. It's either you're going to paternity. Paternity of a child might be in question. Somebody could be drinking or smoking while they're pregnant. This feels like if there's a court situation, it has something to do with custody. It may have something to do with child neglect. Somebody is accusing somebody of neglecting a child. Some of you, you're in love with someone who's in a relationship. You might not know that they're in a relationship, but this would be the week that you might find out that they're in a relationship. They might have a baby on the way. This might be changing the way that you perceive about your perception of someone. You look out for nosy neighbors. It seems like there could be some neighbors that could be problematic. And there's something that you could be getting into, Pisces. Something could be avoided, but it looks like because maybe somebody's not thinking things through, or they're thinking things through irrationally, they're making decisions while they're drunk and emotional. Someone may end up regretting that decision. So, in other words, there's something that could be avoided if you don't allow your emotions to kind of cloud your decisions and kind of take over the wheel, so to speak. Some of you, the legal consequence could have, especially if this is drunk driving. Some of you have an issue with DUI. There's some sort of consequence here. This is either probation, parole, community service, finances. Something might have felt like it was just out of your grasp. Pisces or cross watcher, now it feels like you're able to get a hold of a financial situation. So whatever was once out of your grasp over the previous next 7 days, it seems like you're able to get a handle over something, or there's money coming in for you in some sort of way. Definitely you got some unsolicited advice. Somebody's coming in to put some input in on your situation. Somebody might not be in the best of health. Pisces or cross watcher, especially mental health. You might be daydreaming a lot, and there might be a lot of bug activity around you this week. Pisces. Anything else, Holy Spirit, for Pisces? What do they not see about their situation? What do they need to see? You got some sort of victory coming up for you. Victory and success. This victory and success. Keep going, Pisces. This is delayed, but it's a yes. Spirit is definitely watching out for you. With a situation where you feel like you're in the dark, Pisces, Spirit is definitely protecting you against something. Look to Spirit for your guidance if that's something that you believe in, because it seems like that guidance is definitely coming in for you this week. But it's through yourself that you're receiving this guidance. You don't have to look outside of yourself for this guidance. You got some changes that are coming through, though. Pisces, your guides want you to be open to these changes that are coming in for you. Oh, be careful about your mindset. It seems like you're very self-conscious this week. You could be feeling a bit inadequate about something, or this is a child. You might feel like there's a child that's not prepared for school or prepared for what's next. It could be a situation where there could be a child that's constantly feeling like they're having to compete with their peers or compete with their siblings. Or this could be you maybe evaluating your goals and maybe what's next for you, Pisces. You might be having maybe you might be doing some lucid dreaming. And yeah, it definitely is ghosts. I feel like this is people from your past that are coming back. But I also feel like maybe you might have a lot of spiritual activity, maybe some paranormal activity in your home. Pisces or cross watcher, what is the advice for the Pisces nation? Relationships. Relationships are just minor images of your own life. How you feel and treat yourself, as well as how you react and respond to different situations and people around you. Be aware that every relationship is an opportunity for soul growth. Okay, something this week might cause you to react or to respond a certain way. Or this is somebody, Pisces, that might be looking for a vulnerable moment with you. They want you to be vulnerable. They want you to remain open so that a conversation could take place. Yes, it seems like someone wants a new beginning with you. This is even with career. This could even be with moving. There's a new beginning. Everything in life is constantly vibrating and moving. Some of you Pisces, you are moving. It's time for something in your situation to change, and therefore continuously changing and evolving. Be aware that a new beginning is on the horizon. Have courage and faith, because right now life is trying to nudge you forward and move you in a new direction. Pisces, You're moving away from complicated situations, complicated people that don't appreciate you, and instead you're putting that love into yourself. It might be time to study. You might have a kid that's going into tutoring over the summertime to prepare for the schooling months, to prepare for the new school year. Yeah, some of you, your kids could be getting into relationships. Pisces, let go. Whatever this is that has you, I feel like sometimes Pisces, you don't feel like yourself because you're just so angry with something. Your guys are saying, let go. It could be resentments. Maybe something didn't work out the way that you had hoped. Once you let go of the outcome, you'll be able to release all the emotional constraints that have held you back in the past. Trust in the higher good and guidance of spirit, as we have only your best intentions at heart, and we will do everything in our power to protect you. Trust and believe spirit is protecting you. In some situations, there's something that maybe you did want, something that didn't work out. It feels like Pisces, it was for your protection that something didn't work out. This was spirit swooping in and help you maybe see something, because it seems like somebody was masking something here. It might have you feeling angry about the outcome of it, but it's time for something new. It's time to move on. Pisces or cross-watcher with something in your life, and you might feel kind of tempted to clench and hold on to this thing. Trust it was for your protection, or it's for your safety. This is a parent that might be a little bit overbearing this week, and a kid that may not understand. They may want a parent to kind of like let go of the leash a little bit. There's a child. It might be that there's a shift in the way that you're seeing this. It seems like there's a parent that might be doing this for the protection of a child, but they may view it a different way. You got a child that's very gifted when it comes to spirituality. Pisces or cross-watcher. That, Pisces, this concludes your 7-day forecast with angelic ascensions. Consider subbing to my channel if you're not already a subscriber. Thank you for tuning in. Thank y'all, everyone, for tuning in. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out.